Innovation is change. Innovation can happen gradually, like evolution, or can happen radically, like formation of a volcanic island. An ancient Chinese proverb says that when winds of change blow, some people build walls, but some other people build windmills. Ladies and gentlemen, on the second day of our conference, I welcome you, the windmills builder, here, all of you who are present here with us, and also watching us online. My name is Katarzyna Pronobis. I work at the Foundation for Polish Science in the Communication, Promotion and Fundraising section. And today it's my great pleasure to host the meeting. Let me first share with you what we have prepared for you today so that you can share the results of your research, great examples of excellence and innovation, and also feel inspired by our distinguished guests. First, we're going to listen to a keynote speech. Afterwards, there is time for a thematic panel discussion. We have also prepared the last presentation session of 4 IRAPs, and as usual, during the coffee break, a meeting at your scientific posters. Let the conference IRAP Fostering Excellence and Innovation continue. Ladies and gentlemen, I would warmly like to welcome Professor Søren Peter Olesen on stage, the CEO of the Danish Research National Foundation. Professor Olesen, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I thank you so much for the invitation. I hope some of the knowledge that the Danish National Research Foundation has built up on creating centers of excellence during the last 30 years will be useful to you. The foundation was initiated in 1991, and we have generated about 120 centers since then within all scientific fields, everything from astrophysics to archaeology and sociology and whatever in between. I have been conducting one of them myself in cardiology, cardiac arrhythmia, for 10 years. So I have seen kind of how centers of excellence work from both sides. Briefly, the way we run the centers of excellence it's a 10-year period that's broken up first in 6 years, and then you can apply for a continuation of 4 years. And they are typically for 10 years. We have an initial phase with an expression of interest, a brief 5-page proposal, and then part of them are asked to write a full proposal and come for an interview. And I will give you a little more details about that in a second. So what is a center of excellence in our terms? Yeah, it's a group of scientists that go together to pursue a bigger vision. It's not a project grant. I think that's typically what we tell them all the time. Don't think 2 or 3 years and deliver something at that time. We don't care if you don't deliver anything the first couple of years, but year 4 or 5, we want to see something really new. So think long term, be daring, be ambitious. It's important that they form a physical community somehow. There has to be a center of gravity at a Danish university. Of course, there will be a lot of international connections, and there will also be domestic connections, but they have to physically be together. You have to identify the center at a Danish institution. It has to have a clear identity so everybody knows why we are here. So, of course, because you will have people coming in from different locations, but they need to have a common aim. And our experience is that if scientists have defined themselves, what is our aim, they have made the strategy of how do we want to go about this, then this sheer fact of having a common pot of money and a common aim gets the best out in people within the first years. So they grow a few inches within the first couple of years, the good centers, and they really deliver things they didn't think they could when they started. It's important there's a center leader that has this vision and also has leadership competences. They have probably never done anything like this before, but they have to explain to us why they think they can do it, and of course also show they have done something, maybe smaller ERC grants or some run-up grants that makes it likely that they can run this center. It's important to us, it's a training site for young people. I would say it's fine that the center leaders, the senior people, get a lot of attention and become even more famous, but the most important thing is actually the next generation, that it's a fruitful place for new people to grow up and learn how to do science at a very high level. There needs to be a good relation to the host institution. We don't want an A and a B team where the center is the A team. They have to play on similar terms as other scientists. They have more money, they have more freedom, but they have to teach and they have to play according to the rules of the universities otherwise. The grants are typically 10-15 million euro, which is probably 60-70 million zloty over 10 years. The way they have been distributed, we don't have quotas for it. We look at what's on the table when they apply. It's typically 1/3 is life science, 1/3 is harder natural sciences, and 10% technical humanities and social sciences. But it's really as it comes in. We don't have quotas for universities, for gender, for anything. It's really the best and most visionary proposal. So it's about the full package of what people can deliver. And they have to understand that. So the way we select them is we look at 4 criteria: the idea or the vision, the center leader, the co-PIs, and the whole organization. So you have to think in terms of a package, really. It has to be focused, but not too focused. It has to have room for a lot of new ideas. It has to be fruitful. So we're asking, you can say, in some way for the impossible, but it's not impossible. Good people actually do deliver. So now my screen this disappeared too. Well, I can, it will come back. I can also talk. Yeah, you ask. Okay, I understand. At this moment of time, we have 40 centers of excellence. So we generate about 10 every 2.5 years. So, but there have been about 120 since the start. But there are 40 active centers at the moment. And we have a new round out now with a application deadline in December. And there will be another between 10 and 15 probably. It's a good amount. I go visit them all every year and talk to them, and we know them somehow that it's not more than you can actually know what's happening, and they have a pretty close relationship to us. We want to be informed when things are changing, and of course things change all the time. We don't want to decide what they're doing scientifically. I'll come back to say organizational-wise, we sometimes interfere because the biggest challenge for centers of excellence is typically the organization, how to make scientists work together.
I think an important aspect of this question was what happens to them after the funding runs out?
I think there will be a panel discussion where there will be focus on this. I wouldn't preempt that discussion, but they don't like the expiry. On the other hand, they know it 10 years ahead. But I assume this will be back in a second.
But maybe you can tell what is your success rate. I mean, over this 120 that you funded, how many are really existing until now? You have 120 excellent centers or 20?
Okay. Well, the success rate when applying, we'll get about 200 proposals. or expression of interest, and there will be about 30 going to the next phase, and about them 10 or 15 will be selected. So you can say success rate is 5 to 8% of those applying. So it's tough. I try to tell everybody, go for it, it's a dream, it's the best 10 years of your life, apply. But 90-something% will not succeed. You can do everything right, you will still not succeed. But that's the game we are in. When you're asking about how many live on, it's very different. I will say our philosophy is it's 10 years with full speed, and that's what you have. Because if they should live on, it would basically burden the university so much that they have to handle all these special centers, and some of them may have peaked years ago. So they do different things. Okay, I will continue where we stopped. And these are our 4 criteria, and we stick to these 4 criteria. And I keep saying we don't evaluate on anything else we hear or see. This is what you have to focus on. So there is no hidden agenda. It's really get the world's best idea of what's interesting basic science. This is not applied. You may end up applying some of the things you do because you build a base of understanding. And I can say from my own Center of Excellence, we have some drugs now in phase 2 clinical trials for cardiac arrhythmia. It was never part of the agenda. But of course, when you understand a field, you will also be able to spin out something. But it's basic science. We only look at basic science, and it's the most nerdy long-haired project, some of them, which we believe in knowledge. Creating knowledge is a value of society in all fields. So these are the criteria we stick to, also in the midterm evaluation. I'll come back to that. So evaluation process, yeah, as I already said, two phases. Those getting in the final phase are sent for peer review. 3 independent international peer reviewers. They're invited for 30-minute talk, and then the decision is being taken. It takes 9 months. It's as fast as it can go because it's taxpayers' money. Everything has to be open. The peer reviewers are known to the applicants and so forth, which means they typically write nice things, and I'll come back to that. We write a contract also with them in the end. It's not so that we want to hold the center leaders up on a contract, but it's basically, it helps if you define, okay, this is the space you're going to get, this is your research plan, this is what happens if the center leader leaves for another university or something, so that everybody knows exactly what you are at. And I think that prevents a lot of problems, that we always know this is what's going to happen. I can also, without slides, continue and talk about, we go and every year we visit these centers. And the last 3 days, I've just been visiting 6 centers. We have half a day with them where we have a kind of a fixed agenda where I talk a little bit about 10 minutes about what's new in the foundation. The center leader gives the state of the nation talk about what have they accomplished scientifically, highlights, and organizational within the last year. We get the scientific presentations. We talk to the PhD students or postdocs. It's important because at these meetings you have deans and department heads and center leaders and all kinds of fine people there. But the best way of getting the temperature of what's happening is basically to talk to the youngest people and finding if they're happy, it's a good center. If they find it's creative, if they have influence on the science, it's probably a good environment. So we also have a scientific topic or science policy topic that we ask all centers about. Since it's, you can say, since we have centers in such a diverse group, everything from humanities to the hard sciences, then it's interesting to hear their view on where's the culture of academia headed, diversity. This year it's creativity. Last year it was about use of preprint servers and publishing patterns and so. So we can go out and get a good feeling of a complicated issue that relates to science these days. And we compile all the knowledge that we get a feedback from these centers and make a report. And typically it's also the basis for our annual meeting where we can then come with some fresh views on things that are pertinent to scientists these days. We have closed meetings not only with the PhD students, but also with the administration and with the center leader alone in the end to hear, is there something that you really want to tell us specifically? They can, of course, also call us to do that. But it's a fixed agenda that gives them, you can say, for us, it gives information. For them, it's also a flag day where they say, hey, now the foundation comes, the dean comes, now we want to show the very best we presented. So it's a moral booster in a way. Somebody's interested in what we're doing, let's present it. And so it's as much for them as for us that these annual follow-up meetings are being held. It's not the exam. The exam is the midterm evaluation. So it's a friendly dialogue where we want to meet with them and hear what they're doing. We also get an annual report, and the annual report is brief. It's 5 pages, plus a publication list, plus a staff list, and a few data. But we try to keep it unbureaucratic and short. So we get their knowledge about what's happening. Hey. It's the annual report where we get this few data. We also get a cash flow sheet about how the economy is going, and we are very flexible about if they want to push money from one year to the next. Again, we want to know if they push around also within the different categories, so we understand what's happening, but we don't want to have a say on it. It makes sense for them. Sometimes they get extra funding from somewhere else. They have to realign the budget, which is fine for us. And I touched upon the annual meetings, which are key to us. I think initially 30 years ago, these things were not there, but we have found it has actually, it's good to have this close dialogue, and I think we're the only foundation in Denmark. We have a number of private foundations in Denmark that support science, but they write a check and they get a report. And I actually feel that we get a lot of credit for showing the interest, and we also get a lot of knowledge, and meeting people is extremely important. So that human face of the foundation, and we want to move out to them. We don't invite them in to come and report to us, and we come and meet with them. And it's extremely exciting. I mean, I learned so much science. I Googled so much to find out, okay, what is this discrimination about, or what is this light matter interaction about, and so forth. So it's really a privilege to be exposed for that. Yeah. We focus a lot on next generation. It actually even says in the law about our foundation that we should spend a significant fraction of the money on next generation. And we do spend about 2/3 of the grants are spent on PhD students and postdoc salaries. So we are there to train the next generations. What we also talk to them about is what the typical problem. It's not the science. The science can have different levels. We cannot really influence that directly. But organizational issues is difficult because we are asking for collaboration between people that are scientists, are somehow very independent spirits that want to go their own way, and now we ask them to collaborate, or they have chosen themselves who they want to collaborate with. And it can go up and down, and center leaders can be good or not so good in making people work together. I think a good center leader for me is somebody who can get the best out in other people, not yourself. I mean, there are some centers that make 5 nature papers, real nature papers a year. It's fine. But actually, in my mind, the best ones are those that can make people around them thrive and use all the energy and attention of getting an organization working, getting the good ideas, getting the infrastructure, and of course, hiring the right people. If you hire the right people, that's the most important thing you do. That's also why we tell them when they start, don't rush too much, because now you have a bucket of money and you'll get a lot of new friends and they all want to get hired. But that's not what it's about. It's about finding the right people for your center. They may be very different from you, and the more different people are from yourself, the harder it is to evaluate them. So therefore, spend a lot of time on hiring people. It takes time, and sometimes they bail out in the very last second because good people get other offers. So work hard on hiring, and as a center leader, you have, or co-PI, you have to spend a lot of time on people. Yeah, and there may be other issues about lab space. I mean, everybody fights for territory and so on. That's why we define it in the contract. So we do all we can to help the organizations to work, but they're dynamic organizations, and we focus on them. That's typically the of running a center of excellence, as I see it. Now, midterm evaluation. I think that's what you asked me to tell a little bit about. We conduct that after 5 years. We ask the centers to submit a self-evaluation report of the first 5 years and a new project description for the coming years. And both are sent for international review, like when they apply first time, with 3 independent reviewers. And one of them, they are allowed to select themselves. That's also the case when they apply. So they often complain they're not specialists enough, and we say, well, they don't have to be so specialist as you think, because people with more general knowledge can also evaluate your science. I'm sure, at least be sure you can write it in a way so that it's not only for those that are deep within your field. We put a lot of emphasis on, of course, the scientific achievements for the first period. We ask them for the 10 best publications, and we look at the organization. Has it grown? Has it diminished? Has it been renewed with young people? And so how has the organization evolved? And we, of course, look at the other data also, but those are kind of the 3 most important things in the first phase. Some organizations have kind of developed into more one PI setups with too little influence from the co-PIs, which is a worrying sign for us. So, and others are just flourishing with a lot of people coming in and being part of the organization. It's pretty clear how things evolve, I think, seen from the other side of the table. And the new proposal, again, it's the 4 criteria: the research idea, the leader, the team, and the organization. They are then sent for review, and we have some terms of reference for the reviewers, where we ask these things: as a scientific output so far excellent, and is the new proposal ambitious enough and potentially groundbreaking? Some shift gears, both in terms of staff and also in terms of next level within their scientific field. They have hopefully moved their field, and now it's time to be even more ambitious and build upon what you have learned. And the core team and the center organizations, typically, since it's an open review, that the reviewer's name is known to the centers and nobody wants to be unfriendly, it's very hard to make them say something critical. So you have to read between the lines, and we have a trick. We ask them to say 3 weaknesses and 3 strengths of the centers. And sometimes they may say there are no real weaknesses, but if I should say something, this is not so good. And so we try to get as much information, but it's hard to get some critical information, which is actually a drawback, because then you have to make the decision based on an interview or the way people in the foundation interpret the reports. And so as exact reviews as you can get is good. But again, as I say, it's public money, so we have to play open. And it has a lot of values, especially because with a foundation, it's a lot about trust and it's about procedures. In a foundation, decisions can be different and people can argue about them, but it's also comparing apples and oranges. I think if you look at, as I say, church history here, or medieval literature, or physics on the other hand, what is right? We don't know. But the procedures have to be good. And that's why we focus a lot about our procedures should be transparent and good. Long-term follow-up, I'll just say a few words about that. We just looked back these 30 years and interviewed some of the early center leaders that are still around, how they view their centers and what was good and what was bad. They have trained a lot of people that have established or let this field grow. So although it's not the center as such that lived on, then the people you have trained, they are still in the system. They have done a lot of new things that are related, probably other problems. But so looking at kind of the long heritage or legacy from these centers has been extremely interesting for us. 10 years is a long time, 30 years is a much longer time. But it's a good perspective of looking at. And they, of course, subscribe to the view. We also have strong academic results, very impressive publications, Nobel Prizes, 2 of them actually. Center of Excellence format is good for promoting good science, but also young people, letting them grow. And collaboration is being stressed a lot, that in this format, people tend to collaborate more than otherwise. And actually, a lot of innovation has come out of it. About 10% of all spin-offs from universities come from these centers, although we don't ask them to do innovation, but it happens when you know the field. Yeah, this is just an example in quantum physics. I think we have 10 centers now, and from the early ones, we have had spun off a lot of good people in quantum physics. Now it's the name of the day. Every politician can talk about quantum physics and second quantum revolution, and the private foundations go in with billions, and NATO invest in Copenhagen in quantum physics. But we were there way before. We've done that in power to X, economics, a lot of fields we have built capacity. So we see the centers of excellence as a good way of building capacity in a scientific field. Then the rest will follow. I think I will stop here and say thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Olsen, for showing us the way to excellence based on trust, freedom, and friendly dialogue. Thank you so much. And now, dear guests, our one and only discussion panel is going to be moderated by the Vice President of the Foundation for Polish Science, Dr. Marta Łazarowicz-Kowalik. It focuses on key factors of scientific centers for excellence. Marta, over to you.
I'm very honored to have a chance to moderate this discussion, and I would like actually to invite back Professor Olsen for the panel, also Maja Guren and Kjell Håkan Nerfeldt.
Where do you want to sit?
Wherever, I guess. And Professor Lupa, so I started answering the question. Maybe I will shortly remind you and introduce again our guest. So Professor Kjell Håkan Nerfeldt is the Chief Strategy Advisor at Vinnova. This is Swedish innovation agency. Maja Guren is Senior Science Advisor at Finnish Research Council. Professor Søren Ulesen, we don't have to introduce you again, I guess, because everybody heard. And Professor Andrzej Lupasz is Director and Scientific Member at the Max Planck Institute for Developmental Biology. And
we changed the name in January.
oh my gosh. And the Chairman of our IRAP Council. So, not to lose your time, I will start with maybe some of the centers run by the Danish National Foundation were closed just after a couple of years, not even after the 10 years period. So I wonder what went wrong? What were the reasons behind such decision? Because it's not an easy decision, obviously. If you could tell us what can go so wrong.
Yeah. Maybe there are center leaders that leave the country. Then we basically kind of face down the center. But that's everybody knows that. And they may be successful and being headhunted to somewhere else. So they are somehow successful, and we have a tail period that phases them out. Then there are centers that are not extended after 6 years, whether you call it closed or not, but they're not extended. In my time, I've been there for 8 years as a director. we have had only 2 that we didn't extend, so it's not a lot. In the early days, it was about half of the centers that were closed. I think it has here, but we are there. So I will say it's a rare event. One case was because the center basically had some data when they applied the first phase, where they showed a relationship, and they kept showing the same relationship 6 years later and challenged their own view. They didn't really bring something new. They just got more data showing the same thing. And we said, this is not science. If you don't, science is about questioning your main hypothesis and basically shooting it down as quick as possible, or it survives and it's good science. So we said, this is not scientifically in our mind. Another one was a technical center that had developed a technology. They'd done all the material science that went into that technology, and now they basically wanted to do proof of principle of the device. And we said, this is the innovation fund, this is beyond all. Because we don't see organization working well. As I said, if they kind of develop into more a one PI setup where the co-PIs are not really part of it, we get pretty annoyed. And there, I think personally, we should have closed a few of them. The board didn't like it. It's traumatic to do that. The board preferred to reduce the funding, which is also okay. There have also been some where the science was not rocket science and not excellent. Again, they reduced the funding. So they took the soft approach, which it's a choice.
Okay, so on the more positive note, could you give us an example of a really successful research center that you are particularly, satisfied with, and tell us why is it so successful, what it takes to make it?
Most of the centers are really successful. As I said in my talk, they tend to grow. The fact that they have decided what to do, it's all bottom up, it's their vision, and they do it. And they really strive. So I say most of them are extremely successful, and it makes a difference with this funding, because it's also about values of freedom and flexibility and understanding science. So we see it's hard to pick one. If I could take one, for example, we have one called iCourt, about international courts. It's a totally new field. What gives the different international courts the legitimacy? Why do people respect the judges? And that can be in Europe, with it can be in Africa, it can be in South America. There are a lot of international courts actually in the different continents, and people respect in that continent how the jurisdiction is. They started this field looking in all the legal cases, made a big database with them. They built up a huge infrastructure. First ever, trained a lot of people that went back to their other home countries, started a similar legal studies. And lawyers typically want to make money and get quickly out of the university. There's not that much science, and they simply turned the law school into a scientific school, which was amazing. They had good relationship to the leadership of to the deanery. They included them in the center. And as I also said, the center leader was not there for himself. He was walking in and out of the important offices in Brussels and in Copenhagen, and he was a very influential person, but he was, on the other hand, there for everybody else. So I think this fact that you grow science and you focus on the next generation, and here it was extra complicated because a lot of it became political, and how can you both be scientific and show these are the data actually showing this or that, and on the other hand, knowing your position as a scientist, not trying to play a politician. So I think they've done an excellent work, and we see a number of the centers advising everything from museums to healthcare sector in COVID, several virology centers, and so a lot of scientists go into services for society because we all want a life with a purpose, and showing that to the next generation. In science, you can have a purpose, not only by making a company and creating jobs, but also a lot of other roles in society. So they were kind of role models also there.
Okay, Okay, so this seems like a very unique theme of the research center, and I would like to ask the similar question to Professor Lupasz, because you work in an entirely different field. So what would be your example of a truly excellent center of excellence, a research center?
Well,
and
the
why?
Max Planck Society, of course.
So why then?
Well, first I should admit that I'm a huge fan of the Max Planck Society, so I might not be fully unbiased. But I should say the concept that we follow is pretty much unique in the world. We look very, very carefully for the people we want to work with us, and then we just give them the money and say, do it. And they have to be accountable. Every 3 to 6 years, there's a scientific advisory board and stuff, but the repercussions are almost nil. We expect that these people will invest in things that will pay off 20 years from now, and they will found a new direction. And so the directors we feel have not really succeeded are not the ones who don't have huge H indices and are on the boards of all sorts of committees and journals and so on. What the directors we feel have not succeeded are the ones who did not open the door to a completely new room. And so I would say the Max Planck Society has been very successful in establishing long-term, interesting new avenues. And I think that's our mission.
Okay, so I would like to focus on the issue of stability and financial stability of such an enterprise. So I wonder what is the situation of the Danish centers after the 10 years? Are they fully independent from your foundation, or are they financially stable? And what do they take money? Where do they take money from?
Okay. Most of the centers have, in the 10-year period, been able to get what you can call embedment position. They have recruited new staff. Mm-hmm. Again, it's important to attract the best postdocs from the world, that they know they have a chance of staying there. Mm-hmm. So it's important there is an opening. There's at least a position they can apply for. So some of them you can say have got more in-kind money, in the sense that the staffing has been strengthened, which I think is a big value. We don't, if we should keep funding them, the money would go away from new initiatives and young people. So therefore, we have decided it's 10 years full speed, and then you're on your own. And in Denmark, there are a lot of private foundations, Novo Nordisk, Lundbeck, Carlsberg, Velux, and so forth. And then they go to the private foundations, or they are strategically, they wait and apply for ERC until the center expire. So they will never earn as free money as from us, they all say. Unfortunately, the private foundations are thinking more mission-based, many of them, which means that, and basic scientists don't like this, being tied up with something that they have to deliver, because they basically don't believe in it. Otherwise, you wouldn't become a basic scientist. And it's also my experience from when we have had, I've been 10 years of my life in industry. If we do things that are more applied, get it out in a different setup, let people run it there. So they complain that they think it was an easy ride when they had this flexible grant, but there is other money to go for. And I also think it means that the center leader, at least at that point, may have to step aside and let the next generation come out with what are their dreams. And they may be different from your dreams. So therefore, I think it's fine if the next generation do something different. I mean, you take whatever you learned, you take with you, and you don't have to do exactly the same. It's typically the senior people that complain, we can't continue. Okay. But I don't think it's important to continue with the same thing. We have seen, of course, when we invested a lot in infrastructure, we had some projects with ice core drills on Greenland. It takes a lot of infrastructure to fly to the middle of the inland ice and drill. Hercules planes flying your equipment up there and making a new camp. In quantum physics, also a lot of hardware. So they complain, now we built up this fantastic center, it can't continue. I think it's okay that you let new people get a chance. So, but some think that it's a good brand. Everybody in the world wants to come because they know the brand of the center. They all have an acronym. And of course, you may want to keep that brand in a different setting. But I think it's healthy that the game is over at some point and you need to reset it. Like it's healthy with a midterm evaluation where you can shift gears and staff it a little new and have a new vision. They can apply, and many of the pupils, so to say, of the center apply for another center, and they're treated equally to anybody else. Okay. They don't get a preferential or disadvantage, but they're seen as anybody else. But since they, of course, become very good, some of them succeed. So there's some kind of continuation or a different venue.
Thank you. I was also very interested yesterday listening to you, Majo, when you said that I think only 3% of the budget of Finnish flagship units comes from you as the foundation who founded them. So I wonder how you make sure that the vast contribution to their budget comes from the host institution, like 40%, as I noted.
Yeah, thank you for the question and good point. And in the flagship scheme, it was originally said that actually the flagship money from the academy side is only seed money for the whole area, meaning that actually originally it was already said that they have to at least have a double or even triple-fold amount of money that corresponds to the academy contribution more. And I think also for the flagships, why actually our share is so, I would say, low, is an indication of the fact that the flagships are there in the strategic areas of the universities. So they are in the areas where the universities contribute fundings anyway. So they are positioning tenure track positions, they are having strong investments in infrastructures and so on. So actually then the flagship brings a new status for the area that they are strong in already, and therefore actually they have the ability to invest that much funding for the flagships. Surprisingly for us was maybe more of the EU side and the other actors, since it's always a huge question mark when you start up something that actually how much they can contribute from the other sources. So how much they can actually apply from the EU. Of course, we all know that you can apply and apply and apply, but at the end of the day, if you get none, you have zero. So at the end of the day, even though it was 5 times more funding from the EU to the flagships than compared to our money, meaning that actually they have applied a lot more to get even the 5-fold figure. So in that sense, I think it was a surprise for us that actually they were so successful in the EU funding schemes, and also they had a good company collaboration, so that actually they were getting investments also for the company into the flagships. So in that sense, I think the 3 is all right for us.
Talking about finance, I also have a question to you, Kjell, because you focus on innovation and harvesting the benefits of research for society and economy. So I wonder what is your view on using public funds to foster innovation and commercialization in research centers?
I think it's the private money to do the first risky phases. Public money is really important to take the first step. And but may I comment, because we want to have some debate here also, different in some way. They are more focused not on basic research, but the Pasteur quadrant, use inspired, and they were launched as a way to really develop multidisciplinary research, use-inspired research in Sweden, because they were very single within the disciplinaries, a collaboration between disciplines. So we wanted to do pre-competitive multidisciplinary research, and it was a research agenda. It was a 10-year research agenda, but it was set between the industry and the academics, and it was funded by 1/3 industry, 1/3 government, and 1/3 university and academia within certain research areas, which means that you want them to survive. And like in your case, if you put so much effort in building organizations and structural capital, why waste it? But since if you want to get structural changes from the beginning, you have to evaluate day one. As I was talking to one of the research centers here in IRAP, if they had known that there should be a structural kind of organization that survives, she said that I would have thought about that day one, which is completely right. So you have to think about what kind of operational model organization do I create that is sustainable. And then you have to measure on the midterms or whatever that you are progressing in the right way. We didn't do that in Sweden, and of course, if it becomes like a project, when the money ends, all the structural capital you have been building up disappears. But in your case, you want to build capacity, and that's another kind of goal. And I agree that it's really interesting to see then the people, because they move and they start other things. So it's another kind of gameplay than we started to do. But I see a lot of, from an innovation point of view, I see a lot of waste from government money, since you really, the objective is to create structural changes in the system, but you use project funding models for doing that. You don't use an investment model. Since I'm back from the VC industry, investment model, if you want to develop functions, structures in ecosystems, you have to use an investment model, not a traditional research funding model. So you have to be deciding already day one what kind of a change or what kind of things do you want to do in the ecosystem, and based on that apply different kind of funding models. Not one size doesn't fit all.
Would you like to?
Yeah, well, I'll just briefly comment on at least the Danish model. I think we see it very similar, but we have probably the privilege of we have an innovation fund. That's also one of the 3 public foundations. So when we see something that's a couple of startups and in and out of being a professor, it worked, but it was not the best way. I think now I learned to say, let the postdocs run it, or let the investors come with the leadership, and because it's a different game, and it simply disturbs the excellent basic science environments too much if they have several agendas. So in our experience, it has been good to kind of let it run according to other rules, let it get other funding, and we are so fortunate that it's actually possible. But I agree, you need some public money there to bridge over until you can get investors coming in.
May I comment? One thing that would be interesting to hear in the panel is, for example, if we have been really running, as you know, Vinnova, the kind of need-driven, and we don't talk about basic or applied, it's about addressing needs in society and the economy. Do we have examples on centers that really takes on, you look at the needs in the economy and the society, which is now the mission-based kind of research and innovation is moving in that direction, but let it be driven, curiosity-driven by researchers, but with addressing those, so they don't become consultants for the society or the industry, but really have this kind of mission or need-driven kind of directionality, and then let the researcher come with a research agenda addressing that directionality, which might, of course, be long-term and not very short-term, and have that kind of setting around these kind of centers, which would be quite interesting to see how that would work.
Mario, you wanted to say?
Yes, of course, I want to reply to that, since this is a hot topic also in Finland that we discuss a lot, that whether to have a bottom-up base or whether more of this kind of a top-down approach. As a mission, you have a top-down thematic area most likely, but of course the science can come bottom-up inside. But at the moment, I think the atmosphere is so that actually in these funding schemes that I'm coordinating as a Center of Excellencies and the flagships, we like to keep the area open. So we don't like to have any top-down priorities, so that it's free game for everybody. And actually, even though we have it as a bottom-up, most likely we see that actually the centers and the flagships are popping up in the emerging areas that are also relevant for the society. But actually, we like to think that we give the freedom for the researchers to make what they want. And actually, it is kind of coming up to the same solution as we, even though we do it top down, but when we do it in bottom up. So we meet in the middle.
Yeah, I do want to weigh in on this. I grew up in communism, and I'm sick to hear of central planning and of 5-year plans and of people who know better than the people who are actually affected, of people, even very well-intentioned people who set directions. They have no idea. Honestly, they have no idea. Who would have told you that the best tool we have against the future pandemics is going to be AlphaFold, right? Machine learning, protein structure prediction. Who would have guessed it 2 years ago, right? So we have to be completely open, and I think we bottom up, and the most important thing is to build structures within which the trust is continued. So if you have centers which you fund for 10 years and then they go away, the trust goes away. What you need in Germany, we have the Fraunhofer Society for applied things and the Max Planck Society for basic things. And you know that whatever happens to your group, your institute will survive and its priorities will be set by the scientists at that institute. And so, in my opinion, this structure fosters trust, because people know what the future will bring, and they trust the institutions if they trust the people who lead them. And so the dual track, which is obvious to everybody, allows everybody to orient themselves from early on. Do I want to go more towards application, or do I want to go more towards basic science? Which doesn't mean that the basic scientists can't come up with applications and then suddenly, like my department, start building human growth factor for blood replenishment after chemotherapy, right? No one prevents me from doing it, but no one expects me to do it.
Right? Apparently different models. I have a list of questions, but I think your discussion is very exciting. So would you like just to add what?
I like your suggestion. We actually, about 5 years ago, I set up a coalition with the 4 major private foundations, and we raised 1 billion Danish kroner to do exactly that within artificial intelligence and power to X, and we have 4 focus setups. I'll say within artificial intelligence, I spend a lot of time on this because recruiting, as a top-down recruiting people, discussing with Google and everybody else who is, it's very hard because they pay much more money. We see the same in Power to X, that you need basic science. It's curiosity-driven. You need algorithms in AI. You need basic science. You need to find new catalysts. You need to find a way of scaling up what we have. And so there's a lot of material science, basic problems that you have to solve. And you only solve it if you work in the field. I mean, we can't dream about we will solve the problems if we don't work within that field somehow. But we want to separate it again from the bottom-up, curiosity-driven research. And we have done that, and it's a fantastic collaboration with these 4 private foundations. It's hard because, you know, there's nothing between a private foundation and God, because they basically decide everything themselves. They have the money and they have the power, and collaboration means you have to bend toward each other. And it took years to learn. So, but now we finally got 4 centers up, and it's worth all the effort, but it's much harder, and it's really twisting people's arms, whereas a bottom-up approach is building on the drive the scientists have. But we felt it was necessary to separate those things, otherwise people are very confused about what is this foundation about. But again, we spend 90% of our money on centers of excellence, basic science.
I'm just very envious of the system, like in Denmark or Sweden or in Germany, and I'm not sure. You can sort of think whether you'd rather do applied research or rather basic research or rather subscribe to the top-down approach or the opposite. But in Poland, we don't have so many opportunities. So we basically are trying to do everything with one scheme. We want great researchers, we want to build capacity, we want to have excellent, interesting scientific outputs, and we want them to collaborate with business and be innovative at the same time with the same money. So this is a question coming back to you, Kjell. How do you do it with public money? How do you encourage researchers, taking into account that you don't have the different scheme for those researchers who want to collaborate with business and those who don't? You have the same scheme. So how do you encourage researchers with public money to be innovative, to commercialize, knowing that actually it's sort of, they will have to return profit even if they are able to make it?
I think there has been many efforts to really promote like academic entrepreneurship, making researchers entrepreneur in the term running companies. I don't think that's the best way of doing it. Good researchers should stay good researchers. Almost all researchers I meet are really anxious in utilizing their research for the society and the economy. But they perhaps want to stay as researchers. They don't want to do it themselves. And I think one of the big problems in the system is that the system has said that, okay, if you don't want to do it, you should provide some codified knowledge through publications or IP or whatever, and then somebody else will do the. I don't think that's an efficient way, because as I said yesterday, tacit knowledge is so important in the process. And then you have to find, because the interest is there by the researchers, it's only find ways in the setting that you have to be able to have them participate in the process, using their tacit knowledge, but also getting out and out of the the more commercial kind of situation to the more basic, as you are an example of. So this kind of mobility and being able to do it, but it of course has to do with the person, researcher, who has to want to do it. You cannot force it. But I think that basic interest is there. It's only to get the setting, but don't try to do every researcher to make them entrepreneurs in the meaning you have to start companies of doing it. And I think basically what's important is the trust and the kind of social kind of relationship that you create between people. Because if researchers meet people that are one of the most successful kind of organizations that have been working with commercializing research called Serendipity Innovations in Sweden. I was working with them when they started up. What their tactic was that if you find the excellent research group, I know I use the chef metaphor once again. If you find a research group that is really excellent, there will be ingredients for interesting dishes. But they are not the chefs to do it, and they are not perhaps interested in creating the restaurants and the dishes. So what they did, they started to go to this research group and drinking coffee with them, and researchers are always interested in telling you about their research and what they're doing. And in this social kind of environment, they created new ventures. Lot of successful ventures, and then they recruited CEOs and others to the group. But there has to be a social kind of, you have to like each other, and you have to trust each other. And that's a social process that we have to allow happen in order to be doing. And I think the model that Serendipity used is really interesting and was quite successful in creating new ventures out of research.
Yes, but with research funded with public money, you have to be very careful about conflict of interest.
Absolutely.
Making friends with companies. So making friends with companies sounds like an excellent way to commercialize your output, but you have to be very, very careful. And you have to have the expertise, actually, how to do it, to do it right.
Absolutely, and it's and in what I was thinking, it's about people. It's not companies, and it's about people. It's people relationship that you create. But of course, you have to be very clear of and open and transparent on relationships and any kind of situation that might lead you into very biased kind of vested interest in things. Always disclose any kind of relationships as you create. So as long as you're open and transparent with it, but you have to allow personal relationship across commercial line and research boundaries to happen. Because it's in those personal relationships, those meetings, that interesting things happen and ventures are created.
I wonder, it's also a question to Mayu, because I understand you encourage your flagship units to collaborate with business and supporting their research with public money at the same time. So how you do it?
Yes, a very good question. And of course, since our public money will go to the universities and the research institutes in Finland, but then they will do the collaboration with the companies. And that can be, for example, exchange of people from the companies to the flagships. They have a joint events where the researchers present their results and there are the companies listening. And of course, then you have to see that you cannot only produce results only for the one company, so that it's open game for everybody. So they need to invite a lot of companies for listeners. I think they have also this kind of a different funding models that if you have a contribution to the flagships, you will get access to some data. If you contribute more, you will have access to more of the data, so that they have this kind of a different models how to actually do the collaboration. But at the moment, it's working really well, and I think that at least in Finland, I do hope that this exchange of people and exchange of knowledge in that when people are moving from the academia to the companies and back, so that's the way how to actually boost. And I fully agree with the Kjetil that everything is up to actually people. So it's not the machines, it's not the computer, it's not the infrastructure. Actually, it's us who is doing everything that is needed to have this transfer. So actually all the people are there in center if all of the actions.
Yeah, we always saw our activity as investing in people, but now we sort of seem to think that lots of barriers lie in legislation, and especially when we deal with public funds and structural funds in fact. So I wonder whether you have similar problems and how you go about them. I think, Professor Soren.
I think key is that when you are at a university, you play according to university rules, and when you're in a company, you have a different aim, and you work there according to their rules. So I think we should focus on the people. It's 90% of all the value we create is in the head of the people that are moving from academia out to society. It's not small innovations. I mean, they are overstated widely, so it's a lot about people. And I think what we can do better is to create the connections. About 50 of my postdocs from when I was active are in industry now, and I invite 5, 6, 7 of them in each year to kind of tell about their career to the other postdocs that are currently in the university, simply so they get to know, okay, this is what happens if you have a job in drug discovery, and this is what happens if you're in quality assurance or medical writer. That's maybe not where you want to go, but whatever, so that you can get a feeling for this is what this job is about. And it's simply, it's different aims you have in the different jobs. But I think the best we can do is to expose people in academia for the opportunities. Also in Poland, all the brain gain you make by attracting people to your centers of excellence, you want to secure they stay in Poland, and they may not be able to stay in academia. So I think if you can channel them out, and we often find the weakest point in many academic environments is they don't know anybody outside academia. They know people on the other side of the globe in academia, but they don't know those in the suburbs working in different companies. So I think the best you could do is to build those bridges, and then you can choose it or not. But I think you should be aware where you are and what the rules are there. So I don't see the conflict. I just see it's two different worlds, and bridging them and getting them out there is key.
Comment. I think when we look at the Swedish research or centers of excellence, I would say that the interest of the companies in the centers is the people. Usually, not the IP or not the publication. It's the people. They want to get the brains. That's the reason they really collaborate with the excellence centers. But I would still say that you're right in some way that even universities, if you at least in Sweden, they are government agencies. Then as a researcher, you are a state resource. And if you are helping somebody outside in the company or economic undertaking, as it says, then you are subject to state aid. And I would say that one of the interesting things that we are now discussing in Sweden also, that very few, I'm surprised, are really aware of all the complications of state aid. There's now, for example, in Sweden, there's a lot of surprises. For example, the structural funds, when they are channeled through a government agency, they become subject to state aid. If you are, if Donny here is giving advice to a startup, he's giving state aid, so she should declare state aid, and that is a situation that is really complicated in Europe, which you don't have in others. And we were joking once. I was meeting a guy from Germany. I was like, the state are probably imposed by Asia and the US to keep us out of the game. but you have to be aware of that, and you have to be what you said about this conflict of interest, so that you are open, you are transparent in the way, and as a researcher, understand your role as a state employed or researcher using public money, and the objectives that you are imposed, that you should, help society and economy. It's a difficult situation, but I think we have to start by becoming very aware of those aspects. That's always, I would usually say, it's always a process. First you have to become aware of something, then you have to be able to assess it yourself when you're. And then after that, you mobilize yourself in a certain way, and then you act. We usually run into action too early. We have to go through this awareness, assessment, mobilization, and then act.
Okay, since we are talking about building certain expertise, which is different from what researchers are trained in usually, the ability to work properly with companies. I would like to ask you about sharing this kind of expertise and other kinds of expertise between the centers. This is something I wanted to ask Mayo, because you have this network actually of flagships, and this is probably similar with other structures, that this is a network, and then you sort of expect the units to collaborate, especially when some of them develop very useful knowledge that can be shared with others. So how do you go about this kind of collaboration? Do you have a structure, a formal structure that enforces somehow this collaboration? Or is it just spontaneous, and as a need arises, people communicate each other and collaborate if they feel like it?
Well, maybe we are too loose in all the criteria, so it's kind of a spontaneous, but they also see the demand that actually they have to collaborate, so that there are questions that they cannot actually solve by themselves. And for example, as I mentioned yesterday, that we have the flagship in AI, so I think that is one flagship that everybody wants to collaborate with, since AI is trend in all and solves a lot of problems. And also that is, well, it's one thing that we also monitor, whether they have collaboration between two flagships or between many flagships. So that is also a thing that we follow, that whether they are doing. And actually now, to really boost this collaboration, we are planning to have this kind of maybe this kind of a call to actually really to collaborate. So a bit more glue money for that purpose. But that's now under the considerations at the moment, but really trying to boost that, but it's not something that we want to force. So if there is not any room for collaboration, or they don't see why they should collaborate, we don't push, so we just give the freedom for them.
I think I'm a strong believer on peer learning processes. Once in Sweden, I introduced the peer learning for science parks. And it's not about all the topics, the scientific or what, but it's about how you run operations, like you had. And it's really, if you believe in processes and structures, I introduced this kind of peer learning method where one CEO, for example, for the science park, tells to the others about how they run the science park, and then they get feedback from their peers. And if it's a young peer, a young CEO who's coming, he learns or she learns from more experience. It's a very experienced, very excellent one. They teach others. And it's basically, the model I was using is, well, you first say, who are my stakeholders? Who are my stakeholders? So you do a stakeholder analysis. Then the second question is, how do I bring value to those stakeholders? How can I measure that value I create? What kind of processes and organization structures do I have to continuously deliver this value to them? And when I met the 32 or 33 CEOs, for example, about the science park, everybody was, boo, we don't have the time to do this. But I was able to get 4 volunteers. And after they had done it, it was hallelujah, and everybody was running. Then I introduced it to the incubators, then I've been working with the innovation offices, and I'm sure that there is excellence centers, if they would do this kind of peer learning process, because when I was trying to introduce it in Sweden, we said, we're working with life science, we don't have anything to learn. Those who are working with IT and those who are working with materials, when they start, they learn from each other, because it's not about the scientific or the subject, but it's a way to learn about organization, how to recruit people, how to design processes, how to create value, how to measure value. I would urge everybody to introduce this kind of peer learning.
My idea fix, but I know that everybody is very busy, and usually centers are really concentrating on what they are doing, so it's difficult to find time for it. But maybe you, Professor Soren, you look like you'd like to add something, or Professor Lopez.
Yeah, I've kind of left the discussion because I think it's going in one direction. All 3 of you are going in the same direction. I'm not going in that direction. In Germany, we would call this the egg-laying woolly milk sow. Do you want eggs? Do you want milk? Do you want wool? Or do you want pork meat? And so if you're doing these excellence things, you want everything. And my opinion is it doesn't work. And so what I'm seeing and what we're doing in Germany is different tracks where people can orient themselves very early. And in addition, we aim a lot of money at the postdocs, the young people. So there's entire groups of applications where the postdoc can apply, and they get half a contract with the clinic and half the contract with the Max Planck Institute. And it's their money. It's their position, and it's their stake, right? And we can do the same thing with companies. I don't know if you know, but the Swabian Alb right behind Tübingen is the world's largest center of medicine technology. So the companies there would love to have our people, and our people would love to have well-paying jobs. But how do we bring people together? The state of Baden-Württemberg has these dual contract options, which are applied for by the postdoc, not by the PI, not by the company. The postdoc applies and says, I would like to spend time at the university and time at RB Medizintechnik, right? And so I think these kinds of models allow the bottom-up thing, allow people to decide what they think is worth investing in the future. I'm very skeptical of these top-down things, I must say, very skeptical.
Even in terms of peer learning, and yes?
I think bottom-up wins. If, as a biologist, when I look around me, in biology, everything's bottom-up, right? You could say it's a bit chaotic, but it works.
But it's not top-down completely. It's not the communist kind of planning. It's really providing tools and help each other. It's about building networks, helping each other, being interested in others rather than being an individual silo. I'll go that way and I don't care about anything else.
Right, but then give the money to the young people. Yeah, not to the PIs.
Yeah,
right? Give them the power to decide what their career will be.
But I understand that the sort of idea of center of excellence is that you have a leader, a strong leader, and he basically takes the money and distributes them, right?
to some extent. I mean, of course, you have the directors, and they have certain tasks, and they need to do certain things. But if they hold the purse strings for everybody, that invites abuse. It invites making your own priorities over the heads of all the people who have their own priorities, right? So I think you need to distribute power. You need a leader, but you also need to give people the right to vote. And they can't vote unless they have some power. And money in science is the power.
Professor Søren, I think.
Yeah, I think I have to stress that the bottom-up basic science approach is what our Centers of Excellence is about, and that's what we believe in. And I also know they're getting less free money for this in this world that's being more mission-driven. So I can only say I think it's extremely important. But it's a big landscape where there has to be both. It's not one or the other, it's both. And I can say, especially for the young scientists, they don't want to make a lot of money. They want job security. And they don't have job security in the university world because they feel postdocs are traveling from one country to the next to 1 2-year job after the next. It's actually a threatened population. Nowhere else, I think, on the job market can you find so much unsecurity for so smart people. But we cannot in academia offer them anything better because that's how academia is. But I think we have an obligation to secure they have a future, they have a job. I see the centers I visit where they have a future, they are happy. If they can do the most interesting deep sea biology and getting Nature papers in a row, they're not happy because they can't get a job. Whereas other fields in chemistry, computer science, wherever, engineering, there are loads of jobs out there, they thrive. So I think everybody has a future, should have a future, and they should have somebody they can talk to that about. And that's an obligation for professors, academia, to secure that they have a life after their postdoc, because they can't become professors, all of them. So from that point of view also, I think we have an obligation to have a strong interaction with society outside.
Okay, probably the last comment because we have to wrap up, I think.
We were talking a bit earlier that I think we have a lot of focus in Europe on consortia, you know, these contractual relationship, and we should have consortia in the EU. And I think we have to go more to communities, develop communities, where communities are people that are really interacting and it's dynamic. And I usually, there's this test, are you a community or are you a tribe? If somebody comes in with competing things that goes against a lot of people in a group, and you're welcoming it, then you are a community. If you try to kill it, you're a tribe. And we have to go from, we don't want tribes, we want communities. And I think we have to move, consortia are good to have, but we cannot have consortia as a hammer that makes the world a nail. We have to be able to work more in open communities and create instruments and ways of working that really fosters community thinking, not tribe thinking, not only consortia thinking.
I had an idea for the closing question about the key factors of success, but I think it's redundant in this situation because we talked about it so much that I would like to thank you very much for your comments. It doesn't happen often that panelists disagree somehow, but it's really exciting and nice to have this kind of situation that there is a real discussion and different points of view, because this is there's a question with, yeah.
May I have one comment? The story that I see from my 40-year scientific career is to find the right law in Europe and in the country to make a nice flow between the private money and academic money. That the researchers do not see the criminals once they collaborate with enterprises. In Germany, as a rich society, do not need to use so much European money, and you can create these beautiful systems when these two words are interacting together, and congratulate you from this. And I think we should learn from German system with Fraunhofer, Max Planck Institute, and other institutions. And once Europe will learn how not to punish scientists by the contacts with the industry, then everything will be flowing in all your countries. Thank you very much.
Sorry, do we have time for questions? Yes. Great.
Hi, I'm the Donny from KDH Innovation in Stockholm. Thank you for a great panel. A panel is supposed to disagree. They're not supposed to agree. So thank you very much for disagreeing, everybody. I just wanted to comment on something that was being said as well. I think that one of the biggest misconceptions is that you think that when research meets the business side, you forget that research is looking for knowledge and business is looking for answers, and then they speak past each other, kind of thing. So I think, but I just want to stress the importance of the interfaces. We have built, where I work, I'm boots on the ground. We work with 400 new projects per year, of half from research, half from students at KTH. And one of our biggest, what we do is an interface. We interface between research and the business world and help it communicate and work together. You cannot have it doesn't work without the interface. So that's crucial. So that's the community and the interface and people meeting people is super important. You had a question? Sorry.
Yes, I do have a question to all the panelists about an elephant in the room, because you all spoke about the success. And if we as scientists are to do breakthrough research or innovation, there is an inherent risk of failure there. So the question, and this is especially touchy subject for the funding politicians who do not want to be accused of wasting public money on failures. So what is your advice to both our centers and maybe the funding agency of how to combine the promotion of achievements and promotion and support for failures, especially creative failures or that kind of thing, because that was not mentioned in your discussion.
Yes, of course.
I would say that you're completely right. As I pointed out yesterday on my presentation, most things fail when it comes to innovation. We have power law distribution of outcomes, not normally distributed outcomes. So you have to embrace failure. And I can refer to an evaluation that was made by David Aldrich and some people about, for example, government programs for creating ventures. And one of their lessons was that governments are too focused on this kind of output-outcome impact because most of the things fail. They should be more focused on behavior. So what do you learn and how do you behave when you run into a failure? How do you utilize that to make, hopefully, or increase the probability of success about my failure? So it's more about running learning processes, resource attraction, as I said, and co-creation, but focus on behavior, not this traditional output-outcome impact. That would be my recommendation.
And I think, Kjetil, you answered, fully agree with the comments. And my last slide yesterday is that do we get what we measure, and is the measure what actually we are wanting to? So I think it's not. And I really look for high risk, high gain, and at the end of the day, it might not succeed. But the most important thing is that the attitude, that where you go from there, what you learned about the mistake, and what is the way ahead. So I think that's the most important thing.
Well, our centers of excellence within a 10-year period evidently should be risk-willing. Risk is not in itself a virtue. It's really the chance of making something new, making a breakthrough, and a lot of breakthroughs built on incremental knowledge. And it's very nice to see when things really break through. So they do that, but we have, of course, examples of things that don't go like they should. One center working on the early universe waited for the James Webb Telescope to come up for years and years. The James Webb did not come up flying until recently, but they did something else. And we've seen that often. You go high, and then if it doesn't work, then you do something else. And if you're a good person, it will, within that time frame, it will be good. But we don't punish people for doing wild things. We punish them if they don't try. We have a Danish philosopher, Søren Kierkegaard. He used to say that to dare is to risk losing your footing for a moment. Not to dare is to lose your life. And so if you are, as a scientist, if you don't want to dare, then you shouldn't be there.
you like
I
to say?
don't know if I have to weigh in, but if you choose groups, for example, that promise they will give you functional protein design, you're almost guaranteed to fail. But if you choose the group to promise you they will build new tools in machine learning applied to protein function, you're almost certainly going to get something interesting out. You might be really not getting what you thought you might be getting. But if the people are good and the general idea is right, you almost cannot fail. So failure has a lot to do with the funding agencies, not so much with the people. They need to be very careful what they choose and what exactly is being promised to them.
I think there was a question at the end of the...
Am I heard? Yes. So I have a very nasty question. And first of all, I declare that this question, you will hear it. It's not against the foundations, but against the environment in which we are working. So I have the question to all the panelists. In your countries, your institutions, do they ask you to, let's say, scientists to submit their grant applications in the local official language?
I'm not sure you understand the point, because this is the recent, quite recent change in our system that we are sort of basically forced to accept to run in our competitions to applications in Polish language. And this is something it is the requirement of the ministry. Obviously, it's very limiting. It's a huge step back, and we are all very, very unhappy about it. And I can't imagine that it happens in any other country in Europe at the moment. So.
No, we don't have that. If you want to apply in like, if we have a Swedish call and you want to apply in English, you're allowed to do that. Of course, we are not restricting. It would be really, yeah. How can you evaluate it internationally?
Yeah.
Yeah, for the Finland, the same, that since we are using international experts in the evaluation processes, due to the size of a country, that there is a conflict of interest if we had Finns evaluating Finns. So that's something that we cannot do, and we use English in the processes every time.
Same in Denmark, then English. Also, the board of the foundation is international, so they couldn't even read them. And of course, the reviewers also. I can say that there's a populist party in every country. We have one in Denmark also, and we have decided, they complained that the annual report was not in Danish. We have translated that into Danish. It's 10 pages. So we bent a little bit, but certainly not with proposals.
Right. I would like to comment.
Sorry, I think our time is... Just one more question, okay.
I would like to comment here on
Professor Lupas wanted to say something.
No, I just wanted to say in Germany, you have to have one page in German, the cover page with the summary. Everything else is... Right. And you can use DeepL. It's actually allowed to use DeepL, so...
I would like to comment. I'm very happy that Germany and Scandinavia is represented here by excellent panelists. And what I miss here from this panel discussion is reality, Polish reality, discussing real Polish problems of science. You know, this is an excellent initiative, and you should come here next year, but you should get acquainted a little bit more with the Polish reality. And how could this be solved? Because there must be some solutions to a lot of problems that we have. And I am not speaking about politics, because politics is another elephant in the room, and we cannot change that. But we can improve many other things, which should be improved. And I thank you very much that you came here and discuss this.
Thank you very much from my side as well, and hope I'm sure you'll get lots of questions during the breaks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for infecting us with all the bright ideas, and also putting us in flames of discussion. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for you. It's time for you to grab your coffee or tea and choose who to meet at the scientific poster. We are seeing each other here in 3/4. It is 20 minutes past 12. I'll see you here. Thank you. I'm glad to see you again here. I hope you have enjoyed your talks. It's time for the last presentation session, the presentation session of 4 IRAPs. Sahara is undoubtedly one of the most extreme environments on Earth. Its location is quite well known for everybody. But where in Poland one can find extreme weather conditions, like temperature above 500 degrees Celsius, close to Warsaw, in Otwock, in Świerk district. Let us now learn about novel materials for extreme conditions. I would like to warmly welcome on stage Professor Miko Alawa, the director of Nomaten Center of Excellence.
Okay, a pleasure to be here and a pleasure to start this last half of the second day of this wonderful event where we have the pleasure of listening to very many great results from our competitors and brothers and sisters in arms. So I'm going to talk about this particular Center of Excellence with the generic title, and of course I will try to be a bit more specific as we go on. So we already heard about the fact that there's actually a nuclear reactor called Maria. This is in Świerk, 30 kilometers from here, not very far away anymore thanks to all kinds of very efficient motorways. This pile of buildings contains, of course, a reactor, and well, the actual Center of Excellence located is down here. And what I should start to begin with is the fact that this is actually an effort that involves not only the Institute and us, our teams, but also it is a team collaboration with VTT from Finland and CIA from France, giving us advice and helping us in this effort. And so what I will tell you that I'm basically trying to warn you that you will see the logos of these institutions every now and then. Here is what we have put up as a team. We are 5 research groups, actually in practice 6. Myself, Stefanos, I don't know if Stefanos is here. If you are, stand up. Nope. But Lukas is here. I'm fairly sure that also you, so welcome, Lukas. There's Alexandra Varonviehek. She has actually put up a independent research team on corrosion electrochemistry thanks to winning the Marie Curie grant. And well, this team has started operations and more or less during the current year, and we expect it to complement nicely our scientific capabilities. I should go, I guess, clockwise. So we have a director of scientific operations, who was Pavel, who's actually known for a person who actually asked some questions. Thank you, Pavel, for that. Then we have Ivona Josik. She is a materials characterization expert, and unfortunately she has these wonderful new pieces of equipment that she's actually undergoing training for just right now, so I don't think she's here. And finally, we have something called extreme medicine, which is a radiopharmaceuticals research, Marek Purusinski over there. Just to go through the teams. We have a bunch of groups. These all concentrate on different teams. We have one team on radiopharmaceuticals. I'm only listing here not the people who actually, out of these 7, who have a research team. The rest of the 4 or 5 groups, what we do is actually materials research for, precisely speaking, for materials for extreme environments. So at that moment, it is good to actually summarize that what are the 3 legs that the Center of Excellence stands on. We have Świerk is a nuclear institution. It has Polaton, which makes radiopharmaceuticals. So this implies that that is one of the legs that we stand on. The National Center for Nuclear Research is obviously a place which has a history, thanks to its own efforts and current Polish nuclear energy program, a strong interest in nuclear energy. And so what we spend a lot of time on is actually materials for extreme conditions such that they apply to nuclear industry, and this should be taken in a broad sense of summarizing both future fission and future fusion energy sources, and also contributing to this, in particular when it comes to fission, on all levels of research and development, from current day reactors to those of the future. But of course, this kind of capabilities where you can model, you can produce, you can characterize, and you can develop materials is not something that you only want to apply to nuclear environments. So another strong leg in general is what we do about materials in general for challenging conditions. So the mission as to why we started this thing was to create a new research organization that would be, as I think you have heard this word here many times, a center of excellence. And this has to be then such that in order to be a center of excellence, what you have to have is that you have to have excellent research. This is an easy thing to actually understand if you think about how these things are measured. You look at the publication activities of such a thing, of what kind of journals you publish, what the quality of the science is. But then this is also something that should be put into some kind of concrete action. Let's see if this pointer works. Yes, there's a red dot doing a random walk. We should then make sure that we are actually putting a real successful effort in actually making this pay in terms of actually making the results to have an impact. So I'll tell you a little bit, this is a little failure. This is not a transmission electron microscope, but it has something very bigger. This is actually the CERAD environment. So CERAD here, this is a building here. It hosts a cyclotron that is going to be used for radioisotope production and related research. And this is an area that actually is also something of very much interest to our partners who are also having their own research efforts in radiopharmaceuticals. This thing will actually come online sometime next year, and of course it illustrates a little bit of the problems that you have to deal with if you are something of a common topic for many centers of excellence, that you have big infra, big laboratories, then the time to actually build up these things takes time. So now we are in 2023, the Center of Excellence has existed, well, pandemic times, but still close to 5 years, and only next year this is actually something that will be something that we can exploit. I'll now tell you a few little droplets of research. So one of these things that you can now start to look at is actually what happens in materials that are related to or relevant to nuclear industry. And for these kind of materials are such that you are thinking about reactors, could be fusion, could be fission, and what you're interested in the structural properties of these things in the sense that you want to build reactors. So current day steels are such that they have a bit of problems because of embrittlement. You take a piece of steel, put it in a reactor, 20 years, 30 years down the line, its mechanical properties start to deteriorate, so it is a topic that you want to actually tackle. So the way to actually do this and then is that you want to find a composition such that they are actually better in this respect. So you put such a steel or an alloy into a reactor, and you want to see that it actually becomes better than what the current day things are like. This is a very complex process in terms of material development, because at the end of the day you have to do this thing in the laboratory, so you are testing the idea that you have that why this composition would work, and then it has to be such that it can be later on made on an industrial scale, so it inevitably involves international collaborations. And for what we can do now, because of the capabilities that we have actually developed, is there such that we can now close a cycle which says that we can make samples of this kind. What we can do is we can irradiate them to see what kind of change irradiation actually in the material structure. Then what we can look, what the thing looks like, the material before and after. So you can look at polycrystalline materials, you can look what happens to grains in these materials. You can go in a smaller scale, you can take a transmission electron microscopy that now available since a few months and look really at what kind of defects are created. You can do nano indentation, essentially looking at the mechanical properties. This is a topic that I will get back to shortly, point by point. And now what you can now combine is that you can combine these descriptors to the material. What was the idea that you had when you put it together? How did you treat it? What happens inside that after irradiation, and what kind of impact that has on the material properties? This is, of course, something which is an example of long-term research in the sense that the cycle of this kind of thing is 2, 3, 4 years. You make the material, you test it, you take your findings out of that, so as to make the next step to find out whether your recipe, your idea was actually such that it were following or it can be improved. So what that actually does then is also couples to our capabilities doing material simulations. So what you can nowadays do is that you can actually in silico in the computer prepare materials as if they were irradiated. There are some limitations to this, of course, before somebody asks a question, in the way that how your simulations actually match with real materials, so what kind of limitations you have. But essentially what this big colorful things tells you is that what kind of radiation damage you get in a material. I think this could be iron-nickel mixture. And these colorful little blobs here are dislocation loops that pop out of the structure because of the fact that it has been knocked around by too many neutrons. And then what you can do is that then you take microscopy images and you make direct comparisons to see, among many things, what you can figure out from the actual modeling as to where these things actually pop up. And then if you can do this handshake, then you're well off because then you have a basic physical understanding of why material is good or bad. Likewise, what you can now do is that you can do the same thing for the mechanical properties. This is all something that we can do as a cycle of materials development. You can take an experiment, you can test it at our facilities, and then you can do computer simulation that shows you in detail that what the material response is, hopefully also what you see in the experiment, and what happens inside the thing in such a way that you can, again, compare directly with a concrete, practical experimental effort. I'll give one word for radiopharmaceuticals to tell a little bit that why this is of interest, and this is interest because it's immense potential in the sense that if you can bring the radioisotopes into a living body in such a way that you can design, then what you can do both at the same time, you can use the radioactive isotopes because of the radiation effects for cancer therapy, but you can also use them for diagnostic purposes, and you can do this both at the same time. And some of these things are actually quite complex. You can take nanomicelles, make essentially an envelope for the gold nanoparticle, which is inside here, and the gold nanoparticle you need here because of the fact that it actually enhances the effects of the radioisotope that you put in. A way to put it, it essentially works like a little mirror. And so by combining these things, what you hope for is that you come up with new solutions for actually exploiting radioisotopes for such health-related particular key problems for which these would be the best solution. And again, what I should underline here is that it's a collaborative effect. There's a CA logo here because this work is partly done by a co-tutel PhD student from France. Last but not least, I decided to bring up a very recent publication of ours because this illustrates how this kind of enhanced capabilities and internal chemistry actually work out to something which is nice. And this is some materials research that involves three things. It involves testing a material to see how good it is. It involves material characterization to understand what actually the material is like. And then you combine this experimental research with artificial intelligence or machine learning to actually come up with something that you hope would be able to make it so that you can actually predict what happens in this particular case. So what I'm now going to talk about is a project that actually involves all the four material science teams that we have at the center, two of them theoretical modeling and two of them experimental. And this is about the practical problem, which is that here's a piece of steel, and this is what it looks like if you look at the top. And what this basically kaleidoscope here tells you is the grain structure at the surface. So different colors means different orientations, and if you look at this thing, you can see that as for any material, this is kind of looks nice. It's an artistic thing because this is what your nature gives you, not the laboratory. And what you now do is that you test this, and your question is very simple. You take a needle, well, it's a nano, and then you push this here and there and ask yourself that, hey, I measure something that tells you how hard the surface is. And the question is now that can I actually predict this outcome based on what kind of information I get from a microscopic characterization? And the answer is yes. So the typical way that you use this kind of tools these days in science is such that you use them to take your data and synthesize out of that or characterize it in such a way that you gain hopefully predictive properties from your black box called machine learning. But also it tells you something that you didn't think about before as to what are the important things to describe your system. So this is partly something where you could say that this is supervised learning if you so want, because if you take any practical problem, then the scientist knows some of the important features of the data and the problem, and so you are off to an educated guess start. And so this is a game of descriptors, and here what you can do is that you can really, let's take this abstract sense for a while, that you can take various things that you can measure, and then you can check as to how these are related to the fact that how well you can predict how well each local stick by a needle is going to, what kind of hardness values actually gives. Oops, wrong direction. So here the idea is very simple. The data that you have is something that I can explain to 10 seconds. You take one of these shards of glass of some color and look at this local neighborhood. So I have a grain of a certain size, it has certain orientation, made in 3 dimensions. Actually, this is a service plot. And I now look at the neighborhood and ask myself, is this pile of information actually such that I can come up with something that explains to me the result that I get locally from this needle stick? And the answer is, to a very good degree, less. So now what you can do is that you take an experimental images and look at your data that you get from the actual experiment, so how hard is the surface locally. And what you do now is that you take this predictive method based on data, you train or tune it to the best of your ability, and now you look at what you get. And the way to actually depict this is kind of that you have an actual measured data along the surface. Essentially, you take a rectangular, regular pattern and try this out. And then you can try to see what you actually get out of this thing. Does this go where I want? Sort of. Well, and then you look at the difference so to come up with an idea of how good is the prediction that you have. So we didn't actually think that this would work so well, but actually it does. So this is our tool that we want to apply to various contexts in the same way to understand the effect of material. Local material properties on what kind of properties have, and of course there's something hidden here, which if you take your average of these things, very an easier quantity, it's more or less how good this stuff is for in terms of hardness. So I'll finish with a future outlook. My basic point here has been so far that we have had this teamwork by ourselves, growing to where we are right now, and with our external partners. And we have facilities that we have taken recently into use, or now taking into use, so now that we are basically at the starting line to get something really very much more better done. And, well, this you can read yourselves, but maybe something that we got lucky with is that now Poland is actually having its national nuclear program. When I started here 5 years ago, that was still a dream, but now this dream looks something that we could actually really contribute to. And now I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you very much, Professor Allava. Are there any questions? Best regards to Maria, please. There is one question over there.
Okay, so thank you, Professor, for the presentation. I'm Idris from ASTQT, and basically I have 2 questions. The first one is, considering that some of your results might be, like, say, helpful for industry, how do you commercialize them? And also, regarding maybe some challenges, maybe for future works you might encounter, how do you include graduate students, for instance, I mean, especially international graduate students from developing countries also, in order to work on this project?
Maybe I should take your questions in a reverse order. So when it comes to actually internalizing the community that they have, well, I'm an example of that because I'm not a Pole. If you actually look at me, I look like a Pole sometimes, but go to be at wrong time, look at the guys who are buying their stuff. They don't differ much from it. But in reality, what we try to do is that we recruit internationally, so the calls that we have are all completely open. You can find the ads on ResearchGate. I don't think that we have any, at least I don't think that I have any implicit bias for hiring locals or hiring people for certain countries. And it is actually a wish of ours that we would be international. What Nomaten has and NCBJ has after that is now that we have actually a way of actually hosting our international staff. So there's a contact point that we have some support mechanisms for adapting to the local life. Because of course it's a trivial thing, but it applies to any center of excellence, any country, that you have international staff. So how do you actually make them manage with the first months and years of life? Some practical steps are such that you need to be assisted. To take the first question, of course this is a good question always, but I think that this is actually an easy way to, because this splits into discrete options. You could have really collaborative research with the company in such a way that this is IPR is all, how would I call it, regulated by NDAs and the agreement that applies to this particular thing. Then you have public-private partnerships, would be NCBR money here, for instance, such that you could, or FMP has instruments for that, such that depending on the case, what you do is a mix of things, something that where the IPR could be really protected from the beginning, or such that you basically first do a part of open research with the idea then looking for actually exploiting IPR as it becomes on such a level that you really have to take that into account and start to think about what to do next. And of course, we are a center of excellence, then we have a bunch of research topics such that they are, and I wouldn't call them maybe entirely academic, but the main idea is such that we want to show our muscle and our capability and our, well, brains and do something which is interesting.
Thank you. Anything more interesting for you? So far, so good. So thank you very much once more, Professor Arava. The results of the research to be presented next are like the best multi-tool that can be applied in very various fields like ecology, microscopy, or even fighting cybercrime. The coming presentation is about quantum optical technologies. Professor Konrad Banaszek, the head of this IRAP, is going to tell us more about its applications in sensing, imaging, and communications. Professor Banaszek, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to present our research. I have a feeling that getting you interested in research results is becoming more and more difficult with every talk because we have heard a lot of really fascinating stories. But nevertheless, please do allow me to give a try to present what we have been working on at the Center of Quantum Optical Technologies at the University of Warsaw. This center was established in 2018 in a cooperation with the University of Oxford as a strategic partner, and currently it consists of 5 research groups. You can see many members of our center among the audience here. We are also supported by a group of technical and administrative staff supervised by Dr. Lidia Tańska, who is the Director for Scientific Affairs, and she helps us a lot in navigating administrative and bureaucratic matters. What we are very happy with is that approximately 2/3 of our members are young researchers. 1/4 are foreigners. What we are not very happy is that only 15% of our members are women, but I would say that we are making progress because this ratio is getting better and better with younger generations. So, well, my argument is that we cannot really create senior women in physics one day, but we can encourage young women, junior women, to consider career in STEM, and we are trying to lead by example. For example, we have a number of members of our international scientific board are women. So, what is our agenda? What is our overarching goal? Well, here you can see, if you are curious how our members look in their natural milieu, here are some examples. And our overarching goal is to put technologies into quantum optics. Well, I would like to thank Marek Żukowski for reminding me that I have been doing research in quantum optics for almost 30 years, and I lost most of my hair doing that. But I think it is right now, it is the right time to actually benefit from quantum physics, from quantum optics, to transform them into quantum technologies, and at the same time do exciting research, which I will try to persuade you can be achieved. So we are looking in applications in quantum technologies in metrology, sensing, imaging, communication, both quantum and classical. I would like to tell you about research done primarily by my colleagues, but I would like to start with a very personal success story. For me, the biggest success is to shift from theoretical physics, which I started with, which is mainly curiosity-driven, to research, and I think it's fair to say technology development that could be done at electrical and computing engineering departments, which results in papers that are published in prominent engineering journals and results in patent applications. We also have meaningful collaborations with very interesting partners. For example, Bell Laboratories in New Jersey. We had a visitor from Bell Labs only this week. And I realized that you can measure the success of your research organization not only in Nobel Prizes, of which Bell Labs have 10, but also Emmy Awards. Bell Labs have 5 Emmy Awards, 1 Grammy Award, and 1 Oscar. Think about that. So, what are the challenges to make quantum technologies practical? First of all, life is, or this world is not perfect. There may be many fascinating theoretical proposals or protocols, but if we want to make them a reality, we have to take into account that nothing is perfect. And this is not something we can add later on. We should design quantum protocols or quantum strategies to take those imperfections from the very beginning. And here is example from last year from the group of Janek Kołodyński in the area of quantum metrology. So we are making very good progress to figure out how to make protocols practical. And the second challenge is to have physical platforms to do implementations, to bring them to the lab. And you can see already in the work done by Janek that one of the challenges is mapping various physical systems, in this case, magnetic waves from microwave pulses. We want to end up with the optical signal. We want to do other things with optical signals too. If you talk to engineers, for example, working in telecommunications, which we have been doing, their toolbox is pretty much limited. They know what is direct detection, homodyne detection, heterodyne detection, electro-optic modulation, and so on and so on. But then they can be very, very surprised that you can do many more things with your optical signals, and then that this can open up new applications, or this can significantly, substantially improve the operation of their systems. So my colleagues at the center have been developing quantum memories. This effort was led primarily by Wojtek Wasilewski. Those well, we know that light has many properties. It can travel in different directions. It can have different colors. So a great achievement in Wojtek's lab was to create a quantum memory that can store many different frequencies or many different directions of light in traveling, and there is a number of applications related to that. Let me just mention one which I hope will interest many in this audience. Namely, using this quantum memory system, we can achieve super resolution spectroscopy. And I believe that many in physics, in material science, in chemistry, in biology would be very interested to achieve the improvement in the resolution of their spectroscopic detection, especially when it comes to very weak signals. So this is one direction that we are pursuing. The second direction, when it comes to interfaces, and this is literally fresh off the press or fresh from the internet, as you will see in a moment, is a way of faithful mapping microwaves, is a faithful way to map microwaves to light. Well, why do we need microwaves? Microwaves are are radiated, for example, by elements of solid-state quantum computers, or what can be quantum computers in the future. We know that a lot of communication, or most communication, operates in the microwave regime. We have radars. They are ubiquitous. But if we think about their detection, again, we are very, very badly limited regarding detection of microwaves. But let's dream for a moment and imagine that there is a way to transform in a noiseless way microwave radiation through some magic to the optical domain. Once we are into the optical domain, we can do photo detection. We can do many other light transformations, for example, using the quantum memories, which I showed you before. Okay, here is the magic. It doesn't look that difficult. Physically, this process is called six-wave mixing. You need very carefully design frequencies, directions, orientations of your laser beams, and you need to illuminate with them an optical medium. And once you have done that, and let me emphasize that I had very little to do with this, well, scientifically I had nothing to do with this experiment. And if you do this, you end up with a continuous wideband microwave to optical converter. And compared to previous results, this uses room temperature atomic system, which is a huge difference compared to previous approaches when you had to cool down atoms or you had much more complicated materials system. And we are very lucky that this paper appeared online just 1 week ago. So this is very, very fresh. If you are curious how things work, this device is beautifully linear over signals that span more than 5 orders of magnitude. It operates at the single photon level. Those measurements have been done using photon counting, which is as sensitive as it gets when it comes to detection of electromagnetic field. And it operates with almost unit efficiency. These are first results. All this can be still improved. There are other examples of evidence that things work the way they should, but I will try not to bore you with that. One can imagine a lot of applications, and I guess I should leave you with this task to figure out what this system could be good for. If we achieve multi-mode, spatially multi-mode operation of the system, which would be the next step, we could also do imaging in the microwave frequency range. We could apply other measurements strategies, or we could do even phase-sensitive imaging using this camera. And what I should emphasize is that this system is very broadband. We could also do this in the terahertz frequency window, which I'm sure will interest some of you in the audience here. So this is the main thrust of our research. Well, one of the research lines, but I was asked here to highlight the main achievement, and this is what I'm very happy to present today. Here are some of the key features of this system. Moreover, the system can be very nicely integrated into waveguides. We can very easily imagine that it will be interfaced with optical fibers. I mean, the physical system where this conversion takes place is basically a glass cell. So this is something you can very nicely interface with optical fibers. And, well, I'm not sure I should say that. If you have glass with some atoms, it's much more robust against attempt to burn it using external electromagnetic fields than any kind of a metal antenna built of metal, if you know what I mean. Okay. This can be miniaturized, so we believe that there is a great potential here to make this device ultimately commercial. Speaking of commercialization, there are many technical challenges that my colleagues have been solving on the way. So there are other patent applications coming, which I will not present here. But I think we are now in a very good position actually to pursue this direction of exploring applications and making this kind of devices work in practice. We are very happy to be in one of the European quantum technology flagship projects called Quantum Secure Networks Partnership. This is, I believe, we are one of the very few institutions in Poland that participate in fully fledged European quantum technology flagship projects. This project encompasses I think something like 40 partners, but what is important for us is that it includes also RTOs, it includes small and medium enterprises, it includes network operators. So here we have a full supply chain, which is also tightly connected to the European quantum communication infrastructure. So we are very happy to be in this system. We also have, at present, 2 academic partners. In addition to the University of Oxford, we also have a signed agreement with the Technische Universität Eindhoven. Eindhoven is where Philips is, okay? Just to let me say that. And we are very happy to have 3 industrial partners: Exatel, which is the Polish national telecom operator, space company IRAP, formerly known as Sideral, and we also have very interesting exchanges with a startup, Quantum Blockchains, about possible applications and use cases. And with that, and 7 seconds left, let me thank you for your attention.
And the attention is now on you, dear participants. It's time for the questions. One here. Okay, so let's start here. The micro, wait please a second for the mic.
Thank you. So Konrad, congratulations on this sensing system for terahertz wavelengths. My question is it easy to make this system with multiple points? So this multimodal, as you said. So does it require to build like multiple cells, or you can just do that in the single cell?
I believe it will be easy. I mean, given our experience with quantum memories, I think this device can be made multimode, but there is a big difference in wavelengths between the microwave region and the optical region. So if you want to hear something definite, I would let me refer you to Michał Parniak, who can give you a more detailed answer.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations, thanks.
Somewhere on the left, I can't see it properly. Yeah, but the micro is there already.
Thank you for your impressive presentation. When do you expect the full commercialization of the quantum optical technologies?
It depends what technologies. I mean, again, I think in this case, I would expect that the scale is at least several years. And of course, it depends on funding we will manage to attract in the coming years. I mean, you can see that this is really a large-scale program, and we really, I mean, it would be very difficult to support it with regular grants. There are other technologies we are developing that I haven't mentioned here, and I believe that commercialization may be right behind the corner. But because of the current status, as my industry friends say, if I told you, I would have to kill you, or at least make you sign an NDA in advance, okay?
Congratulations, very nice results. You mentioned that one of your biggest discoveries to transfer the gigahertz or terahertz waves into the visible one or near-infrared one. Can you do it other way around? Because then you have a full communication chain. You have to transfer data from the fiber to the wireless, and then from the wireless back to fiber. So is your discovery complete with your small magic cell, or you still need something else to complete it?
My response of a theoretical physicist would be that, from my experience, nonlinear wave mixing processes are reversible. So if we just use the right beams and wait for the missing beam in this chain to appear, it will do so. So I cannot see a fundamental issue with conversion in the opposite direction. I mean, you know, in some applications, for example, if we talk about quantum internet, people are not exactly looking for the reverse transformation. For example, when they want to build quantum repeaters, they can do conversion one way, and then they can create entanglement between microwave photons or microwave interfaced systems. So in quantum communication, we do not always need conversion both ways.
Yeah, of course. I believe I follow you with the nonlinearity that can be solved a lot of things, but usually nonlinearity means the high power, and we don't have a still high power in terahertz, so maybe other way around will be not so easy. But I wish you success and congratulate you the results.
But this is linear. I mean, in these two frequencies that we are playing with, this is linear. I mean, those strong beams that you mentioned are other frequencies. So we just need right lasers for that. That would be my gut feeling. But as I said, I'm just a theorist.
Sounds like a beginning of interesting discussion maybe afterwards. Thank you very much.
There's a question over there.
Thank you very much. Obviously, I'm not an expert in quantum optics, but at least at 2 slides, you were showing this nice helical shape of the electromagnetic field vector. And I wonder if at the quantum optics, you are able to play with the chirality of light, I mean, of the handedness of the optical signal.
I mean, definitely. I mean, if we want to have the right transitions in atomic systems, yeah, we have to take care of that. I mean, I didn't mention polarization, but all this has to be taken care of.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Banaszek. Thank you for the questions. Would you agree that severe stress causes disorders? Have you ever experienced that lighter stress triggers adaptive mechanisms that help to go back to balance? I feel it at the very moment, actually. And similar mechanisms are occurring in cells of living organisms. The presentation to come gives us insight into the cellular stress responses. The head of the IRAP unit called Remedy, Professor Agnieszka Hacińska, is here with us. We are all ears.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting introduction to my talk. First of all, I'd like today to apologize for my voice. This is not completely normal voice, what I usually have, but I will still try. I think it's a very important event, and thank you so much for organizing this event, and I'm happy to be here. And I hope this is the start of this type of events in the future and not the end of the first financing program of IRAPs. So I will be presenting to you our achievements of the program that is called Remedy, which I co-lead together with Professor Magda Konarska. And yes, I think maybe a few remedies started in 2017, and we are actually already, we completed already this large program. We've been working with almost 36 million złotych for this project, and in addition we got almost 5 million for the special equipment that you will see in a moment. And as already introduced by the chair lady, we are biochemists, molecular biologists, so basically interested in biotech, in biology, biotechnology, and biomedical sciences. And as exactly said, our interest is cellular plasticity of the cell in response to stress. Stress can be seen from very different perspective. For us, the most interesting one up to now are the diseases. This is also kind of stress that changes, that affects homeostasis of the cell, and the cell has to respond. And we are exactly interested in those responses that will either be very detrimental for the cell and then the entire organisms, or actually will lead to the restoration of homeostasis. So we, of course, are interested in diseases, and we have lots of research going in this direction, but overall, as a remedy, and later now the new institute that is based on that, we have rather this type of disease agnostic type of research, where we try to get into the molecular basis of the processes that we look at, so to the molecular stress at the molecular level and the responses at the molecular level. And we hope that this brings us soon, and some of the things are happening already, some of the things will be happening probably in the near and farther future, that this will bring us to some new ideas how to combat these severe diseases or milder diseases, and how to make basically new strategies for cellular adaptability. Yes, so we want to understand these mechanisms, and again, I'd like to stress that our level that we operate is molecular mechanisms of the cell, and the majority of the scientists we actually now working within the remedy program and further in our institute are exactly having this type of interest and this type of expertise to go. So our work is supported and overseen by our international International Scientific Committee that is now also basically these are the people who served at the end of the International Scientific Committee at the end of remedy period, and many of them actually are also now in the board of the institute, which I will tell you in a moment. And the board is led by the chair, who is Professor Philip Sharp, a Nobel laureate in medicine and physiology. And we have many very distinguished scientists in this board, and among them there are also representatives of our international partner, which is University Medical Center in Göttingen, Germany. So now, one of the major aspects we have been hearing here about the younger people, given younger people and their potential in leading the projects. We have been hearing a lot about bottom-up initiatives, and exactly Remedy is based on these principles that, together with our board and a co-leader, my co-leader Magda Konarska, we try to hire the best people, the best scientists who are interested in those aspects that remedy or can work under this umbrella that I just described to you within this remedy project. So stress responses, molecular mechanisms, and so on. And we've been fully successful in recruiting, except Magda, who is here, or the dot, even red dot works, and myself, we've been successful in recruiting 5 junior group leaders who started now to build their own research programs and research groups and hire PhD students, postdocs, and basically become leading scientists in their own areas of research, supported by the structure that we try to create, and specifically supported by one of these important infrastructures that we actually invested money, and the foundation helped us very much. This equipment, additional equipment grant. This is the mass spectrometry, which basically allowed us to establish proteomics core facility that works now basically for all the groups and all the projects, or largely large majority of the projects in the institute, and works also for others in Poland, but also outside, abroad. We've been also very happy to recruit a very good leader of this proteomics core facility, Dr. Serva. Okay, so now maybe the biggest achievement. So we have, in biotechnology and biomedical sciences, the time from the discovery to the way and also to get the discovery, the time to get the discovery and prove this discovery, this is many, many years. The time from the discovery to commercialization, it's calculated now for about between 12 to 18 years. And when you, for example, look at example of the recent COVID pandemics, you also see, we know very well, and the recent Nobel Prize tells us that you know, from the perspective of people who are not experts, this looked like a very, very fast process. But in fact, it took decades of basic research to get to the point we were at the stage of the COVID pandemics, and to have this proper, really completely new way of fighting this pandemic. So this also tells us that in our area of research, we cannot expect, we even should not expect, huge achievements within 1 or 2 years or 3 years of activities. We need to invest a little bit more time into people, into people, into proper environment, to build proper environment for big discoveries that will be coming. And for sure, that these big discoveries will also translate into commercialization. To have this done, actually, it's very important that there is a certain sustainability of these kind of excellence centers. And again, excellence centers in science cannot do without great basic science. So our biggest organizational achievement here is actually creating and running a new institute that has been based, its creation has been based on Remedy, on this IRAP program. And this institute called IMOL, the logo of this institute you can see here, and the name of the institute you can see here. It's very difficult for me to operate this red dot, but cannot exactly put it in place. Yes, so this new institute has been created at the end of 2020, and at the end of 21, after transferring all the grants, and including Remedy, of course, Remedy grant, which was the basis of this institute, started to fully operate in the second half of 21. So we are now 2 years of fully operational, and Remedy has been transferred, and as I said, this is a major seed for this new institute. We have a scientific board. Now we have also, so for the institute there is something which is called a scientific board. The institute is Polish Academy of Science, so the ministry and the president of Polish Academy of Sciences established this institute, and we operate with the partnership with the University Medical Center in Göttingen, like Remedy was. And yes, and we've been, our biggest problem, so we are experimentalists in general, so our biggest problem was actually to set up the infrastructure that we allow to continue and to develop the Remedy project, but also the entire institute scientific interest. And we managed to secure new seat new location for Remedy groups, and we are now in a very nice space that you may see some pictures in a moment. Yes, so what we have right now, during Remedy period, there are 7 research groups that have been initially funded from the IRAP program. They develop very dynamically. Interestingly, I think this is also quite astonishing, that even within the Remedy, only within the Remedy funding period, and only the groups that actually work within or were recruited and started with Remedy managed to gain almost 50 million zlotys, so more than 10 million euro in grants of the mostly National Science Center, but also European Molecular Biology Organization, and several of our group leaders also are in the process of ERC competition, and we look forward to soon to have laureates of ERC. So what's the future now? In the meantime, we additionally recruited 3 group leaders. They are already with us. So at this moment, we have 10 groups. New recruitment done in September was completed with the recommendation for the next 3 group leaders. So maybe within the incoming year, we will have 13 group leaders. And of course, they all now start their own research programs that have been recommended. They were recommended by the board because of their excellence, achievements, and the research program they do, they plan for the future. And this number is the one that again, these new group leaders are very successful in getting funding. So we are, in terms of grants, I think we are, after completion of remedy period, we are really well funded. The future is not as pink as it looks like from this slide, and we can discuss this later. But anyway, everything what we tried to do and achieve, I think we can be proud of. Now, interesting number as well. Several my colleagues mentioned diversity, internationalization. So in our case, I think that the diversity, gender diversity and gender distribution is very good, and probably don't need to convince you. Also, you saw it on the names of group leaders, but this also transfers to other academic postdocs and PhD students and even administration. I think we are very close in all these groups, 50-50. I wanted to stress our internationalization. So this is the number that I showed for the entire institute, but still 70% of scientists are ex-Remedy scientists. And anyway, these numbers were also very similar for Remedy. So nearly 50%, now even slightly more than 50% of scientists and PhD students are actually international, meaning that they come from different countries and they do not speak Polish. We also have many Poles coming from abroad, but we do not calculate them for these statistics as international. So English is a language that is really used, has been really used in Remedy program, and in this Remedy structure, and it continues to be used as in the institute. All these scientists come from 16 different countries. So I think this level of internalization is quite exceptional, and we are very happy about that. But I have to say that we have invested several means to actually keep this high. We have applied several means to keep this high internalization program. And then I will tell very little about science. At the end, it's just my time is over, but as I said, I wanted to share with you mostly this organizational achievement. With science, it's a bit more, I found it a bit more difficult since I think the majority of audience is exact scientists, physicists, and material scientists. So again, we work, I'm finishing in a second, we work on the molecular level, in the cell, with stress responses, and we are interested in neurodegeneration, in cancer, metabolic diseases, infection disease. We also have a very good approach to omics, as exemplified by proteomics and this mass spec core facility. Yes, and here are the pictures of the people who fill these areas, and I'd like to stress again that these are not separate islands as it may look from this slide, but we all talk about our research, we discuss this research, we also collaborate internally very much, and of course we also have lots of collaborations outside. And I will skip this slide because it's very biological and about what we do, but I would like to summarize with few numbers. We have, as I said, for biomed and biotech sciences, that the time to start the research program and get some discovery, and from discovery to commercialization is very long. So we still are, I think, on the awaiting, I would say, big scientific successes of this group of people hired from Remedy. But up to now, we have 2 patent applications in a very actually concrete area of concrete disease. We we have 34 scientific publications. I say this number, but again, I would like to stress that the number is not really important. I think the quality is really important, and we aim to have high quality papers now and in the future. And in addition to our international academic partners, which we have many of them, we also try to cooperate with business partners as much as possible to a little bit shorten, if it's possible, to use a bit different interesting approach to shorten the way from the discovery to commercialization in this biotech, biomed area. And again, this I will skip. And I'd like to thank you very much, and I'm happy to take questions.
Exactly. What's of interest for you? What's more? Here's the question. Where's the microphone? Thank you. It's fine.
Thank you very much. It's fascinating organization and the fantastic building you have got and all the different people together. I wonder, I mean, there are centers working on cancer alone or DNA breaks alone, and here you have everything together. How large a fraction of your budget do you use for collaborations between some of the subgroups to avoid silos?
So our budget basically is, no, I wouldn't say that the larger fraction of our budget we use for collaboration, internal collaborations. Our budget comes from competitive grants that all group leaders and also postdocs get in a competitive basis. So within this, these are money targeted to concrete projects. And of course, within these projects, there is plenty of collaborations with external international partners, but also internally. And we very much try to create the atmosphere that we have lots of internal discussions with group leaders, with postdocs, where we discuss not only, achievements and stories ready to go, but we actually discuss concepts for new grants, concepts for new papers. So really long time before, I mean, the best would be long time before we really start writing a paper or start preparing grant presentations, we try to discuss this very well with this and get the opinion of all the people who are in the institute to get a very interesting feedback. This is a really interesting way and I think a very productive way of progressing.
Thank you.
One more question in the middle. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Maciej Zieliński from Nomaten Center of Excellence, presented earlier today. Can you give us a very short, probably, summary how to establish a new institute of Polish Academy of Sciences?
Yes, so a very short summary means that the president of the Polish Academy of Science and the minister in our Ministry of Science and Education have to be convinced. The critical role is on the president of Polish Academy of Sciences, that at that stage was Professor Duszyński. And what has been actually a critical thing, so these two people have to agree. They have some obligations, but in fact, the problem is that they were very much encouraged to establish this institute because we actually got this amazing funding from IRAP remedy. I think this was a critical moment or a critical value. Otherwise, I only can say that this is the first institute within, I think, maybe really that started from kind of, it was not the old institute that has been reformed, but really the institute that started from scratch. So I was the first person hired in this institute on a part of the work contract. So there was no single administration, nobody who would do HR or bills, I mean payments and so on. Nobody like that. We have to establish everything from scratch, but we managed. the critical point was to convince these two parties, especially the president, both president and minister, and the critical role was actually this big funding that we got within the IRAP program.
Thank you very much for all meritorical and organizational information. Okay, one more question.
Just congratulations, maybe explanation of your success. You have a secret medicaments anti-stress. What have you done? And I think this
Light
is the
stress.
secret of your success.
A
Because I
secret.
heard a part of the story, and have you managed to build this institute? I was advised in some moment to go to my own institute, and I'm happy not to do it because I don't have your remedies anti-stress. So congratulations.
Thank you so much, but I mean, really, light stress, this is something that, you know, makes you adapt and you know, it basically turns on some forces to come back to homeostasis. I think that that was it. And yes, and yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. More efficient, safe, and cheaper. For such a change in healthcare, hopes Dr. Maciej Malawski, the director of SANO, Center for New Methods in Computational Diagnostics and Personalized Therapy. Professor Malawski, please give us hope that it's possible. It's not only interesting, but also possible.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for the kind introduction. So, yeah, I would like to present SANO, our Center for Computational Medicine. Yeah, what is the main achievement I would like to focus? Well, it's the creation of a new research institution in Kraków. So it's also an organizational type of achievement because, yeah, we were actually doing a lot of organizational work during the last years. So yeah, it's all about the people, but also the space, the equipment, and the research. So yeah, what is computational medicine? Well, we define it as development and application of new advanced computing technologies to the problems of human health. And actually, SANO means health. So, of course, this is key to everyone. So that's why we hope by doing this research and developing these technologies, we contribute to common good for everyone. What is unique about SANO is our organization. Yeah? So we are set up as a fully independent research unit. Because we are established as the foundation, so it's an NGO type of organization, non-profit, which is independent from any universities or doesn't have any owner. Of course, it has the supervisory board, which is a foundation council. We have International Scientific Committee as other IRAP units, and the management board, which has the executive role. So the main objective is, of course, excellent science, leadership, building this research excellence with some elements of education, because we train PhD students, young scientific programmers, and so on. Important topics are the clinical applications and the translation, so applying these research results into clinical or industrial perspective. And we have entrepreneurship in mind, so building this entrepreneurial mindset so that this translation can be possible. Regarding funding, we are one of these IRAP units that are based on the European Teaming for Excellence program. So this is where main part of the funding comes from, mainly for support and development. And of course IRAP, and then the Polish Ministry of Science and Education. So our strategic partner is the University of Sheffield, which are experts in computational medicine. They have a center closely related to a hospital there. Cyfronet is a computer center in Kraków, which we grew from. providing the access to the infrastructure, high-performance computer clusters. Cluster Life Science is an organization that brings together all the medical, biomedical research, but also industrial partners from Krakow. And also we have German partners, Jülich Supercomputing Center, also on the infrastructure side, data management, and Fraunhofer helping with the trainings and innovation. So the timeline, yeah, we have our formative phase started 4 years ago. Then we went through the rapid growth phase. And these were supported by IRAP Part 1 and Part 2. Yeah, unfortunately, we have this COVID pandemic, which hit us just after we started and selected the first director candidate. So, yeah, we are building our new office, all this kind of startup atmosphere with the cardboards and new desks, well, during the lockdown, yeah, so it was really not easy, but yeah, we are really happy where we are now. So the Teaming of Excellence project still has 3 years. We are going also to have this ministry program for funding. And then the sustainability is, of course, the objective. So yeah, our management board consists of myself and Dr. Marian Bubak. Foundation Council is built of the representatives of the funding institutions. So they have to approve the financial reports and make the decision about the management board. And the International Scientific Committee, led by Professor Marco Viceconti from Bologna, combines the experts appointed also by the partners from the computing, but also medical domains. So yeah, our structure is, people are divided mainly into two groups, so support and development. Sorry, because we had to build our own administration, finances, everything from scratch, and also the research teams, which include also visiting researchers, scientific programmers, senior postdocs. So even, during the last year, we grew from 70 to over 90 people. It includes also some part-time programmers or visiting researchers, which are quite active during this last part of IRAP. So yeah, as we can see, these 5 research groups are here, and the scientific programming team is also quite large. We have 14 international members, 19 women. Well, in computer science, in engineering, it's not that easy, but yeah, quite a lot of PhD students, for example, are also actually women. And yeah, it's important to have all this support and development personnel. Yeah, we need to build our own administration from scratch, but it's not a kind of administration as you can have at university, which sometimes causes you problems, but really a very dedicated support staff, including operations, human talent, finances, communication, PR, business development, and data protection. So yeah, people are the key. So we have really a nice active team with some events organized by Sano, but also some other spontaneously organized events outdoors, for example, in summer or winter. We have a nice space that we rent from the AGH University in Krakow, which is also mainly built on the open space concept so that people can interact together. Yeah, we have some infrastructure. It's mainly computing, so some servers, also laptops, etc. But some equipment that is specialized, so some robotics, VR, and some devices for sensing, for example, EEG and so on. Yeah, we organize many events to be present, to build our presence and visibility. So for example, there were over 100 seminars. Most of them are available On YouTube, there are some smaller events like NeuroPizza or Coffee with Sano, so you have something to eat or something to drink. And workshops for medical students and young doctors to show them these new technologies. Also the 2 editions of summer school organized in Italy by one of our team leaders who comes from this area. Yeah, of course, yeah, we have to work on the sustainability finances. So we are very active in proposals on the national level, yeah, including IRAP, FANG. So we are waiting for some of these results. We are gathering our publications in the Poland system to get the statutory funding after the next evaluation. And we're already successful in getting 3 Horizon projects from the European Union so far. And the new proposals are under preparation. Yeah, so just a few minutes after research, so we have these 5 research teams. The research agenda combines the more traditional computing simulation approaches with the new data-driven machine learning AI ways to build models that can predict the development of diseases or the state of the human health in various aspects, and also a scientific programmers team. So one example of the health informatics team, they focus on many AI systems, but also in providing interfaces for communication, so virtual reality, AI, robotics implemented in the clinical practice. So for example, one project developed a system based on machine learning, deep neural networks to predict the weight of a baby before the birth, and this gives better results than the existing methods. I think now there is a conference where this is presented this week with some best student paper award. Also, there are problems with the surgeons these days, so training doctors in complicated procedures is important, so that's why these virtual reality simulators are so crucial. And one example also for some spinal deformation has been developed, and it's now in testing by collaborating Warsaw Medical University. Another group is focused on computer vision. So the groups are divided by technologies. So this group of Alessandro Crimi focuses on medical imaging, but mainly for the brain. So one example of applications is planning, surgical planning, prediction for brain tumor operations. So the machine learning models trained can predict the connectivity inside the brain post-surgery, so that doctors can know how to do these cuts to not to disconnect important connections within the brain. And another example is using microscopic images to classify the types of tumor in glioma or other type of brain cancer. So this is a collaboration with Nensky Institute. There's also my team, which focuses on large-scale computing data analysis. So we apply the experience in all this high-performance computing and cloud computing systems to the medical application, because there is a lot of computing to train or to build these models, and also infrastructure is needed to analyze the data. So for example, when developing simulation models of blood flow in the limbs, like we can see here. There are important steps of verification, validation, quantification of uncertainty of these models, because this is also crucial for model development, but also the certification of these models as medical devices. And it requires running the model with many parameters, so it results in really large numbers of computing tasks. So hundreds of thousands of simulations have to be run, and for example, by developing such tools as the Cloud VVUQ library, we can speed up this process. So for example, from 3 days to less than 15 minutes using parallel processing in the cloud. And also in other models, there's a need to run large campaigns of simulations with many pipelines running on cohorts of patients. So for that, we develop such tools as a model execution environment, which also allows reproducibility of these results because it's an organized environment for running this kind of medical simulation. And then the personal health data science team led by Jose Souza focuses on the citizen before patient concept. So to analyze different type of data of even healthy people before they become patients, to guide their decisions. So yeah, one example of tools developed is a small incomplete data analyzer. It is important because in medical research, the data sets are often incomplete, so new machine learning methods are needed to support this type of analysis, but also building abstractions for also automatically uncovering structures in the data. Yeah, this is something crucial. Okay, one more team is by Dr. Ahmed Hamed of clinical data science, which applies network medicine, so network science, to analyze the data, but also literature data. So yeah, one of the projects is a federated search engine for analyzing all the possible sources of biomedical literature, but also using the machine learning tools to predict some properties of proteins which are important for drug development. Okay, just 1 minute. Scientific programmers team supports all these teams, provides access to the infrastructure, like all the resources that we have at Cyphronet's computing center, supercomputers, but also clouds like Amazon, Google, Microsoft, other software. So yeah, I'm going to finish with the summary of our achievements in the numbers, and as we can see, this is the end of the IRAP project, but it's not the end of our center. This is even not the beginning of the end, but rather it's the end of the beginning. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Now there's a chance to ask questions.
You mentioned, Marek Bukowski from AstroCent, you mentioned that there is a long way, it's quite difficult to certify some methods of medical devices. So if you could tell more about this, especially, or more general about bringing the methods to the clinic. What are the obstacles? How are you going with it? And what is the most important for successful path for this?
Thank you. This is a really good question and a complex problem. So yeah, one important aspect is collaboration with clinicians. Yeah, so it's important to find this kind of doctors that are willing to adopt these new technologies and collaborate with them. yeah, but the certification path is also not that straightforward in Europe. So there's the European Medical Agency, which is not fully ready yet for adopting some of the models. So there is a lot of initiatives from the community to convince, that this is a new way. So both for simulations, but also for the AI models. So there are procedures developed from the engineering perspective, like I said, this verification, validation, sensitivity analysis. This is based on processes from the American biomedical engineering societies. So yeah, we are in some consortia of other researchers in Europe who are trying to kind of pave this way through the certification process. And yeah, we are in one of the projects that starts next year that really has this dedicated certification path in that. So yeah, also it requires some certification of the center or the programmer. So this ISO type of certificates, we don't have that yet. In one small project, we collaborated with a company who has all these certificates. But yeah, in the long run, we are also going to have this type of capability inside the center and the scientific programmers team. So, well, there's a lot of work.
We still have time for one more question. There you go.
So, thank you very much, very interesting. Is there any way to get you guys interested in analysis of this molecular or biological chemistry, medicinal chemistry type of data? So when you, for example, put a drug or a drug, and then you can basically predict what will happen at the molecular level on gene expression, protein levels. So sort of, to have this type of studies going on, which would really could shorten very much the way of drug production, which takes now really.
Yeah, so this is also one of the topics of one of the research groups to use this machine learning or data analysis techniques for this kind of more molecular type of levels. Our main focus is to go more directly into medical doctors and clinics, but there is also this biomedical research in molecular biology and other fields that is leading to the same results. So we are open for this kind of collaboration, because computing is needed everywhere. Yes.
Exactly. So in fact, this could really it sounds like very molecular, but this is really the core of how we treat the diseases. It's molecular level. These are drugs that work on the molecular level. And I think all the problems that we have, maybe not all, but many problems that we have with drug development is that we actually really do not understand what's happening in the cells and later in the entire organisms. And I think for that, I think this is the future, in my opinion, in this area of drug development.
Yeah, so we'll be happy to collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Malawski.
Thank you.
Fingers crossed for the future of the healthcare you shape. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to an end of our conference, and we would like to offer you a summary of what we have achieved here together. Professor Maciej Żylicz, the president of the board of the Foundation for Polish Science, is kindly asked to face this challenge.
I don't know if it's working. For years I was working on the stress proteins, so now my heat shock proteins are going up. Anyway, it's very difficult to summarize, so maybe I would not use this word. But as you heard, yesterday and today, we were forming 14 centers, and some of them are going in a direction to become a center of excellence. Some of them, because of the different reason, have a problem with this. This together is 75 different groups. In some of these centers, people are not collaborating, and there's no synergy. But in other centers, you can see a really advantage to have the collaboration inside. If you look on the collaboration abroad, I think the very clever way was that each of the center need to have at least one partner from abroad. This could be Oxford, few Max Planck Institute, and things like this. So what we learned also that some of the centers decided to have several different partners, and there was a mess. Because even between two Max Planck, which I learned surprisingly, even between two Max Planck institutes, you have a difference how to run the business. I'm talking about the science, of course. So I think those centers which have one strong partner, it was more clear help, and this partnership depends on actually is important also for selection of the new leaders. Because first of all, the partner, Oxford or some Max Planck, is such a good level that the people want to apply, and also people from abroad help to select the new PIs, which actually mostly it was working very well, and I think this was a smart move from our side. I'm talking about the foundation, that we actually ask this international advisory board to make a selection of the PIs. Otherwise, it will be very, very difficult, because at universities or Institute of Academy, officially everybody is doing an open call, but nobody is really working in such way. So officially everything looks very good, but the friends are hiring the friends and things like this. So at least here in these centers, this was different. So this was one of the small achievements, and so we have we hire 5 people who received or previously received the ERC grant. We hire also in the centers 12 people on this list of at Stanford, the best scientists. Altogether, all other programs, which we were talking yesterday during the briefing with the press, we actually hired or helped to receive 20 different ERC grants, which is, I think it's an achievement. I remember a discussion with one of my colleagues when I was telling him that we are expecting the new PI to be as good as he can apply to the ERC grant. So he was telling me that I'm joking. So, but I think after 5 years pushing people to this direction, at least we achieved something. So there are some issues of concern, and actually some of this situation was discussed at least during the coffee break, so we can go and bring this discussion to the audience. The most important thing for those such a structure which we were creating is the lack of the proper infrastructure. And there was situation like this at the university were promising to give a structure, and after 1 year delay, actually this was in the case of Gdańsk, finally this structure appeared. But in the case of other center, it took 2 years to sign the contract with the institute to have a lab space. So this was really a problem, and now in a new competition, we will change the gears and say if there's no infrastructure, there's no center. Before, we were more liberal because we thought that somehow such a situation will never occur. But too often situations like this occur, so we need to be more strict. Second issue of our concern is inadequate administration support. So those 2 centers which were independent, they need to build from scratch everything, all the administration. But those who were, I would say, near in the university or in the institute academy, they were using the administration which was not efficient. In Poland, we learn a lesson like this, that it is possible to spend 1 or 2 million złotych grant during these 3-4 years, because this is a normal grant from the NCN and other things. But if you have a 30 million, there's no way to spend this. So this was the biggest obstacle, all this procurement for the purchasing of the equipment and things like this. Simply, the administration was not prepared for this, and those who hire independent specialists to do this, they won. Those who were dependent on the specialists from the university, they lose. Of course, another issue was the pandemic and the problem to hire good people, because just before the pandemic, one of the centers have a fantastic people which decided to come to work here in Poland, and during pandemic they decided to not come, and everything these centers need to start again and again and try to hire good people. So this is one independent on us situation. But of course, there was some tendency of inbreeding. This is something which is seeing. I was seeing this, and I was trying to react. It doesn't mean that, of course, if you hire your best PhD student as a leader because he's the best, it's fine. It's a freedom. But if you hire the second one, third one, it's already, for me, it's a problem. You need to have open calls, and next, of course, hire the best one. And occasionally it happens that my former PhD student is the best one, but I cannot believe that the third one and the fourth one PhD students are the best. Or there is a situation that nobody good applied. If nobody good is applying, it doesn't mean it's my fault. It doesn't mean that I'm not known. My record is not good, so people don't want to risk and go and work with me. So there were such situations, rare situations, but of course we are seeing this and trying to talk openly with the directors to not do this. Another issue is the synergy of the groups. It will be fantastic that we will not treat this money as a normal grant. It doesn't mean I received a grant, and my business is to finish this grant and apply to another one. Now we are building a structure which need to be at least for several years, and the structure need to collaborate with each other. So this is not a group of 5 different grants, but one pile of money just to support also collaboration. And of course, in some cases, it was work perfectly, but in some cases, this is not working, I would say, gently speaking. Another issue which was important only in a few cases, but this was limited competence in managing. Of course, we were selecting the best scientists as a director of this institute. Now we are changing the gears for the new competition. We are selecting the best scientists which have experience in managing bigger structures that is your own group. Because in some cases we have a situation like people don't want to delegate some responsibility to other people. So they simply want to make all decisions by themselves. And you know, I'm running this foundation for 19 years, so, and I know that without delegations of the obligations, such a big structure will never exist. So we need to hire people who you trust, and next delegate some of this responsibility. Of course, should be a discussion between those people, how to react, how to do it. But this is one of the most important things in running such a complicated structure like future center of excellence. And the last thing which I would like to mention is that we all, including foundation, have a limited experience in business collaboration. This is something which we need to build. I cannot say rebuild because it was never existing. So, closing this, I would like to say, how is my attitude to this, what we were discussing during the fantastic panel. My impression is like this, that I don't want to go to the discussion about the basic science and applied science. I wanted to go to the discussion good science and bad science. So we as a foundation don't care if it's applied or basic science. We care about this, that we want to sponsor the science which have consequences to the society. These consequences could be seen after 20 years or maybe after 2 years. It's depending of the discovery or something like this. So we believe that the really big discovery eventually will have severe consequences for our society. So, and please remember, this is a discussion with you, please remember that we as a foundation, we are a private foundation, and we are between 2 giants, NCN, which support only basic science, and NCBR, which is supporting applied science. This is why our place is in between. At least we are thinking is that we should be in this place, but of course, you know, the life could push us in one or second directions. We don't know. Anyway, this was a short, not a summary, but statement from the side of the foundation, and I would like to introduce, because it was never introduced, Vice President of the foundation, Marta Łazarowicz. Please. Yeah. And also Vice President of the Foundation, Tomasz Perkowski. And I think I would like to also thank a person who is not present because he's sick. You know, we have a COVID. It's a Kinga Słonimska, Vice Director, which is actually responsible for all this IRAP unit. And unfortunately, 2 days ago, she discovered that she cannot be with us. But so we are crossing our fingers.
Thank you very much, Professor Juric, for this summary. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a pleasure for us to be here with you. A warm and big thank you go to all participants, all speakers and organizers. Enjoy your lunch and the last networking opportunity. Have a safe trip home. Until next time. Thank you very much. One more organizational issue. If somebody still needs the documents, they are already signed and stamped, so please come here and take it.